me 1 second. Good morning, everybody. Get the links out. Good morning, everybody. Today is November 12th, 2025. What we will do on this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using cyclical analysis, time confirmation, fundamental analysis, technical analysis, and more to find the real direction, trend direction. Time is 9:28 on the board. The news we have overnight is that S&P 500 and Nasdaq futures gain as AMD leads tech trade comeback. We have a lot of Fed governors speaking today, as well as the Whitehouse coming live at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Good morning, everybody. Let's do a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only. Let's prepare for market open. Good morning, everybody. Market is opening in 54 seconds. Right. Here we go. Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Glock. Good morning, Insider. Good morning, Chris, Alio, Zach, West, and Wally. Good morning, everybody in the WhatsApp group. Market is opening in 10 seconds. Good morning, Harry, Chris, Dill, Gifford, Edison, Syed, Tim, Mr. K, Kleber, AS, Emma, Stephen, Donna, Constantine, Amir, Kevin. SPY is at 684. Wow. QQQ 624. Market trying to bleed at market open. This is 9:30. Market open. I'm going to relax a little bit and let the market form. The bears are pushing right at open. Six 28.88. 682. Wow. And market is leading off of open. Let's see, AMD 254. Holy crap. Okay, I was gonna say new all-time highs on the video. 195. Man, second candle coming in, consecutive bearish. Bears are trying. Palantir at 187. Okay. Very. Wow, very interesting. Market went up overnight. And this is 9:30. Bears are pushing off of market open. Whoa. Right, let's see. $9.35 is here in 47 seconds. Let's see if there is a bear trap coming in or not. The bears are pushing off of pre-market 930 HOD this stands as. If this goes lower, this is bear or wind is south from 930 to 935. All right, we'll find out in 20 seconds here. I'm literally late by a minute and 30 seconds, so I literally can't go here. Okay. A lot of time. Okay, 930 is bounce trying already. Okay, morning cycles are being created. 934, 930 roof. MACD is slightly tiny bearish off of the open, but it is super bullish overnight. Super bullish overnight. We are. Man, I kind of feel bad for overnight shorts or something. They burnt them 2 days in a row. Let's see what happens off this open. HOD, LOD coming at the same time. Okay. QQQ is south trying. 930. Market open. The bears are the ones pushing off a pre-market right now. Thing could flip any second. All right. $684 and a bounce is trying here. $684.50. Bear trap coming off 930 into 935 trying. Algo range is being broken upwards on SPY. QQQ. This is 935. Okay. Algo range off a morning open. This is bear trap off of 935. There's a divergence off the floor. This is bear trap off of 930 and there's a divergence at the floor. HOD and the LOD coming in from morning. The floor is testing on the QQQs. SPY is roof testing right now. 930. 940 is here in 13 seconds. It's no confirmation cycle happening yet. 940 is here. Testing the floor at 930, 937, 940. 940 is right here. And MACD coming in more bearish on QQQ, and SPY is trying to bear trap off of 930. Good morning, Don. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Things are slow. There's a divergence at the floor. Floor is being tested at 940 itself. Wind direction is now flipping north. Flipping north. Alright, I'm going to go look at SPX real quick. SPX is gapped up, pushing higher. I want to go look at the gap above. There's another gap from the overnight push now. My chart. There is a gap up there. It's 6888, but let's see if the market does push up. Coming up, pushing with the gap at market open. Looking bullish on SPX and SPY. Maybe IWM helping on this, but there is a divergence now at the floor and at the roof. And a divergence between the indexes on SPY and QQQ. Good morning, everybody that is tuning in. We're getting an algo range rejection at the tippity top. I'm going to DCA right now and double down. And no confirmation. I'm shorting right now. No confirmation. MACD's actually being popped back right now, going bullish. Alright, if this flips up somewhere here, I will leave in loss, but I'm feeling that this is a little confusion trick. Let's see. IWM SPY trying to look bullish right now. QQQ trying to look bearish. Something's different, right? QQQ could be completely bear, like it could be completely bear leading, and then it could go, you know what I mean? But like, I'm just playing real quick for somewhere LOD test or LOD break, right? Something is faking out right now. QQQ or SPY. Right, this is the midpoint. Right, this is 50-50. It's not even bearish. It's not even bullish. It's 50-50. LOD testing, trying. Let's see. There's no confirmation rejection. No confirmation, nothing on SPY. Time is 9:40 a.m. Alright. Wind direction is south on QQQ. Wind direction is north right now in SPY. This thing could be completely faking out the bears to go bullish, right? Until the floor breaks, it did not break. Alright, QQQ gap filled. SPY, let's see what happens. Alright, time is 9:45 and 50 seconds here. This is the low of the day. High of the day. Alright, wind direction is mixed right now. QQQ going lower than the gap. SPY holding up right now. Island gapped up. Alright, something is trapping. I don't know if it's a bull trap. It's trying. I don't think this is no confirmation. We gotta see if the floor breaks here or not. Time is 9:45 and 58 seconds now. 9:40 is algo ranging. If this bounces into 9:45, we'll find out right now. 9:45 is deciding what to do from 9:40 right now. MACD is mixed. It could go easily bullish. Right? They could bear trap this thing from the floor right here. Sorry about that. Just bounce trying off of 9:45. So something is going on. Cycles are being created. This could be bear trapping, testing the floor or something. It's just forcefully going lower now. MACD volume barely there, right? This thing could be trapped somewhere at 10, 950, 955 maybe. I'm targeting the gap to be honest, but I don't know how the fuck they're gonna do it. I'm in 684. I don't know how they're gonna do it. LOD testing, 945. Algo ranges exist. LOD is breaking into 945 right now on QQQ. South from 930 to 945 at the minimum. This thing could be trapped right here, right now. Right, until the low of that candle at 943 right here breaks and goes lower. It has not. I don't know why this is here. 945 is testing the floor. This is LOD testing, LOD hoping. Let's see what happens. There's now a confirmation. But this is also three-third. That could be bear trap. Alright, morning cycles are super fast. Well, it's already bounced right. Let's see. This is bear trap trying now. There was a cycle confirmation here at 945. And now this is bouncing at 945 itself. So we'll find out in 2 minutes at 950. MACD is dying on the Qs. Dying bear side on the Qs is what I'm saying right now. It's already oversold too on the QQQs. It's already oversold, so even if they show a big red 2 candle here, I'm expecting some sort of LOD divergence break and bear trap. I am at 2.6K. And I'm leaving. Out. $3,200. I don't give a fuck. $3.2K, baby. Real fucking quick. Beautiful shit. Alright, new LOD. There could be a bear trap here. Alright, that was a setup off the morning. This is the 3:30. There could be a bear trap right now, right here. Time is 9:50. LOD is 9:50. Until the low of that candle breaks at 9:47, all bears, all shorts are in danger is how you look at this shit. Even though this candle was fucking massive, it doesn't matter. This is a 3:30. Right? All smart money, all real deductors went in and fucking left into that huge candle. They could gap fill, but this is a humongous candle. And the MACD is already crazy oversold, like I've been saying. So the thing could bounce right here, right now. I'm expecting it to bounce somewhere here. I'm not speculating it's gonna bounce somewhere here, but I'm expecting it somewhere, right? I said all this shit in the WhatsApp group, and I kind of said it a little bit. And DCI said that perfectly, but I went in somewhere here, and then DCA'd, and just left into this massive fucking candle. And time is 9:50. I'll take that. Morning cycle. Right, there's a gap below, but they do not have to fill that right here, right? They could use that gap as a hope and then bounce this shit for 20-40 minutes and then burn everything because the MACD's oversold and then go test that later. Or they don't even have to test it today. They could test it tomorrow, right? All I'm saying is QQQ was bearish. SPY was holding with IWM. IWM just released, right? And now this is the 3/3. It is going bearish. The MACD is super bearish, but like the gap is being filled right here, right now. So I feel like that would be chased, right? I'm gonna draw the cycles: 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Right, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. 9:30 to 9:40. Wind direction is north. 9:40 to 9:50. Wind direction is south. Until the low of that candle breaks now at 9:48, all bears and all shorts are in danger because this is the 3/3. They cleared the divergence at the floor too. So, right, we'll see. QQQ gap filled at 9:42 in the morning, right? And I was calling out in the WhatsApp group at 9:42 and 9:41, right? No confirmation rejection at 9:41, and then I said at 9:45. Now there's a confirmation, but this is the 3/3. It's dangerous as hell, and that was literally a minute before that big ass candle came. So beautiful, beautiful morning, beautiful start to the day. 9:50. I'm gonna just see what happens here. I'm expecting some sort of morning cycle bounce, so I'm gonna see. Or gap fill, and then maybe. Right, I don't want to speculate. But I know for a fact the 1 minute MACD is kind of oversold right now because I've been watching it go oversold. So I don't really want to chase in the 3/3, nor do I care what really happens in the 3/3. They are filling the gap, looks like bearish still. Let's see where we get a bounce, right? The first bounce candle would represent the first trying of the 1/3, 2/3. And this is literally gap hoping right now. This is not gap filled, right? 683.10 is the exact gap, and they are not gap filling right now. It's a gap hope. All right, we'll see. This is now the bulls coming in. Things are oversold. The RSI MACD is crazy enough to be able to come back, but then there's no confirmation long, so I need to wait. Right, this is off 6/1972. 683.16. We have the Whitehouse coming live today at 1 p.m. as well as a major. Oh, I think we have President live. President Trump, nah. Yeah, we have the White House going live today, and a lot of Fed speakers today. So, and the House convenes after Senate passes bill to end government shutdown. It's 12 p.m. So a lot of things are happening today around midday. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio. This is 950 bounds trying. Let's see how the cycles form here to try a bounce or go fill the gap. I feel like it's going to bounce before the gap, but then I could be wrong. They could spike this gap fill, and then when things are even more oversold, when things are even more oversold, it's oversold on the 1 minute, but I mean, they could go on the 5 and the 15 and then, revert. So let's just see how the cycles are forming. SPY was holding off of morning, tricking, and then released the pressure just like yesterday almost at morning open. 950 bounce to 950 at 9:48 in the morning, trying to figure out what to do. Right, there's an algo range here. We will draw the algo range that is coming in. Right, nothing is literally like, happening that's crazy. Everything is calm. Everything is orderly almost, right? These cycles are just coming in, testing the roof, breaking out. It doesn't really look bullish here, right? So now it's bullish trying, right? You got to look at it together sometimes, right? 935, SPY running crazy with IWM and QQQ is not right, but now QQQ is going up with SPY. So now this is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 cooking up. This is cycle confirmation going long into 955, right? I literally said things were oversold, right? I just didn't want to take the chance real quick, but they are, right? How cool would it be to literally go in and out, like short and long, or like long and short? But like I don't know, man. It's really hard to do that sometimes. So I'm just gonna chill out. But I could see the setup, right? I literally called out the setup, right, as we were going down, right? I literally left in the first humongous red candle, and I was like, oh, this shit is dangerous now, right? This is 3/3 chasing. You gotta be careful. This is morning cycles, and I said things are oversold, and I said there could be a bear trap here at when 9:47 in the morning in the WhatsApp group, and I said this is the 3/3. 9:47 in the morning is his first green candle, so yeah, someone could have easily scalped from here to here too. I could have too. I just did not. Right now, things are deciding what to do. Why 950 bounce to 955. 955 is rejectioning. Cycle is confirming. This is a small cycle confirmation, right? That little one candle. This could be turning into a little bull trap again. Or we'll see. Cycles are being created right now. This is still a bear. This is a bull cycle trying off of 950 with the gap below. Right? There are many times where the market could hold for 20, 40 minutes with the gap. There are many times where the market could go gap fill. It is up to the market. This is something happening though. Right, 950 bounce, 950 rejected, and 950 bounced into 955. It's looking like a bull trap almost. This is 3/3 bearish still. This is the 3/3. The info was off the morning, I think. And this is now, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 happening, and I don't really go into 3/3 without that much confirmation. So this is 955 floor on the Qs. And this is 955 LOD as well. There is no divergence at the floor, right? They cleared it at 950, they cleared it at 955. Wind direction is almost showing really south right now, but the MACD and volume is really oversold. So what I want to low-key see is later on in an hour or two, what happens with this gap if they hover across or go back up and down or whatever. And I want to see this MACD somehow be played with. This is so one-sided. For me to chase is literally baiting myself to get, like, crushed. So I don't really care what they show. I kind of care about what's going on behind the scene. Time is 10 a.m. 9:55, bouncing into 10. MACD is pulling back bearish, but the candles are just coming in dangerously. All right, wind direction is south off of 930 into 955 on QQQ. Wind direction is south off of 940 into 955. So there's a difference at the HOD by 10 minutes. But the wind direction is south, showing still. Candles are just coming in big red up, big red up, big red up, setting up for a lot of, right, people to chase short, wanting the gap filled below. So that's something I'm going to take into my mental note as well. Market opened 10 minutes ago. Sorry, 30 minutes ago. All right, this is only the first 30 minutes of the market. There is lots of time. That was real good off morning though. I made real quick, like I think $900 real quick off that big ass candle. I DC it at the tippity top too. All right, and now this is bear trap trying. All these red candles could be cooked right now. All right, cook trying. Bulls are coming in from the bottom. Right, yesterday the MACD and RSI was, setup was there, but like you had to wait a couple of minutes to really start flipping it. So we'll see if it really does. But somewhere down there it looked great. It's just, real quick and then out, and then it's scary stuff, and then no cycling almost. But candles are coming in thick on SPY. Maybe it looks like this on IWM. We're gonna go look on IWM Russell and all around. The Russell is looking bullish. So still faking out. Sam says, yeah, now I'm looking at chat. Sam says, how in the world is IWM completely opposite? Crazy money rotation. Like, I'm not going to lie. I just looked at IWM too. I can't, you know what? That's why SPY is going up, down, up, right? This is bullish. IWM is bullish right now. But QQQ, right? I mean, you know what I mean? IWM is bullish off a pre-market. It could be faked, but yeah, QQQ is the one leading it down with, NVIDIA, Palantir, right? Goog, Tesla, right? Everything on QQQ side, right? Look at this gray box. What did we say yesterday on this gray box, guys, right? Oh my God. What did we say on this gray box, right? When we were going up, I was like, hey, they're going to bull trap this in a couple of days. They did it literally that day. And then they bear trapped that too, came back up, and then they bull trapped that. Like, bro, you guys cannot. Can you guys tell me, dude? I wish I played Tesla. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, guys. You guys see this on Tesla? This is some crazy stuff they're doing before, later on. But wow, this gray box has been played with forever. Like this is Kathy Woods and Dr. Barry and all his homies and all his cousins and all his fucking, friends and all his neighbors doing. No, I'm kidding. But you get what I'm saying. Like, oh my lord, man, that is something. That is something. There must be some box like that on almost every on almost every stock, but like Tesla has literally been straight up on that purple box like nothing. It's kind of crazy. But you got to be careful here. QQQ was straight up bearish, and then now things are reverting, right? IWM is bullish right now. That is something to take note of. IWM showing bullish. So I just want to see. There's no cycle confirmation almost going lower. There's a cycle confirmation going higher. Now it's just up to the bulls to flip VWAP or not. Sorry, my chart keeps freezing. I will not change my chart anymore. Not great. So IWM, big time. Is it leading? Is it faking out? That's the question everybody wants to know. That's the question everybody needs to patiently wait to know, I think. because the candles are coming in crazy right now. You could literally see it on IWM coming in crazy. Look at the MACD too, bullish but selling off. So something crazy going on IWM. Either this thing bounces and then it bear traps everybody here and then goes to VWAP, or IWM is faking and then it goes down, actually turning bearish on the 5-minute. But that will take a lot of work. And I don't know. I feel like, there's a lot of bears down here, right? We'll need to see. All I'm saying is, just like they bull trapped off a market open, they're bear trapping off the floor right now. Things are 50-50. It's not even bearish. It's not even bullish. Okay, it is bullish off of 950 and then into 955, and then 955 into 955 was bearish, but 955 into 1003, 1005 is bullish. So technically speaking, you know what I mean? It's up to the bulls whether to go higher with the MACD and the volume here or not, is what I'm trying to say. Off of 950. There's a divergence at the floor. There's a divergence at the floor. I don't like that. That makes things dangerous. Both sides. I did not even notice there's a divergence, but there is. The bulls are the ones winning though right now. All these red candles, right? I was literally suspecting and deducting that these red candles are trap, but they are turning into trap at least for now. Time is 10:05. But there is a gap below, and there's a divergence on the floor. But the things are being bought back because it was so crazy oversold. Look at that, right? When I was like, when I was literally saying, look at QQQ, it's crazy oversold on the one. And I was like, it could go more, but it's crazy oversold. It was crazy oversold. Oh, man. Now looking crazy nice, going down and up, but like literally, right? Literally. Sometimes I could do it. Sometimes it's just too damn fast for me to literally. I just gotta chill. That's all it is. But that would have been great from 950 into 955, or that could have been great from 958 into like 1005. But I'm chilling, so 1005. 5-minute bounce on QQQ, standing as, all right, there's an algo range right here at 10. Market is deciding, creating a cycle at the floor, whether to bear trap or whether to bull trap off this cycle that they bear trapped off of 950 into 10, 950 into 10, 1005, right? That all sounds fair, right, guys? So let's see what the market is doing, right? So there's an algo range at the LOD, right? So it could be here, it could be here. All right, I'm gonna mark this one since we're here. There's an algo range off of 10 here too, right? I'm not marking it real quick, but I should technically. I technically should mark it. And cycle confirmation is trying to bear bull trap. I just don't want to go. This is the 3/3. I need a new setup. Candle coming in crazy, right? I don't really go off crazy candles too. I'm okay. We have 145 people here. God bless every one of you that are here. If you can, please hit the like button. I would very much appreciate it. Thank you very much. This is just bearish temptation, still bullish cycle up to the bulls, whether to continue, right? They already passed the VWAP, but it is literally a bullish cycle off of 955. It is a bullish cycle off of 957, 10 a.m. So it is literally up to them to, not do a bullish cycle off the floor until whenever is how you look at it. And whenever you do it like that, things are always way smarter and better, safer than not. Oh my god, that big ass red candle bear strapping, right? Bulls are still trying. Bulls are here. I'll go ranging though at the midpoint. Now QQQ is turning bullish, right? It's almost up to. I'm gonna open IWM on a separate channel. Trading view. Watch the Russell right now as well. Something going on with the Russ. All right. The Russ 2K. Right. We literally called out this could go down red or it could bounce, right? And for right now, from 10:02, it is bounce trying. All right. HOD, LOD on the Russell as well. Cycles are deciding. 10:05. Huge rejection. And the 10:05. Huge bounce. So within, there is a, could almost see, right? But I'll go range locked box here. Almost. That people do not notice, but I will draw for now. Alright, their market is literally cycling, but it's not leaving this range. 684, 683.4, right, until they break out with a massive 5-minute big candle, or unless they reject with a big candle. Right, they could hover at the roof and then test the floor and then come back up to it. They could, if they're hovering at the floor like yesterday, rip up, which is what they did right here, 10:05. Right, cycles are in a bullish cycle right now. Right, it is up to the bulls to stop or not right now, right here. The bears are the ones stuck off of the floor, even with the divergence. Doesn't matter because of the time and theta, right? So they either flip this candle in a minute or two, or they cycle in this purple box. Russell 2000. The Russell 2000 didn't even go up that much yesterday, right? Like QQQ and SPY pulled back and went crazy higher, and then the Russell is doing it today. So something different. Always the market, something different. Oh, I think I just turned my. Okay, what did I just do? Sorry. Yeah, I just pulled out the Russell out of everything else. Alright, the bulls are actually stronger on QQQ right now. Alright, and the bears weren't showing more strength on QQQ off of morning open. So let's see what happens here. Would you guys like to see the CNBC market open, or do you not care about that? Cycle rejection is trying to test the floor. It's tempting me to test the floor, but I ain't doing it. I'm not doing it. It's going against the trend. This is 1/3, 2/3 bullish, and I'm just, yeah, I can't watch that chart. It's making me FOMO. IWM is rejecting. Right, let's see. I don't care. I want to go in later. Man, I kind of care. Rejection trying. IWM coming in strong. Holy shit. I'm going to go in tiny. $590 playing for a gap. Someone said, look at gold. What's going on with gold? Skyrocketing. That's usual. Gold is golden. This is straight up. This could be a huge bear trap. I don't know. Or gap test. Right, gap test looking like, to be honest, I'm leaving right now. I am out. Holy. 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 That shit just went up real fucking quick. Wow. Beautiful. That 1 minute trade on that $590 just printed me literally 200. Like, what the fuck? Wow. That was something. I was kind of scared too, low key, but they're gap filling right now. Gap fill, guys. That is gap fill. This is 3/3 bearish. All right, this is gap fill on SPY. All right, ULOD. Let's see what they do. Do they barcode here? Do they go lower or what? We started at 685. We are at 683. This is in the 3/3, and they bull trapped this cycle. After things were so oversold on the one, they let it buy back, and I said, hey, let's watch what they do. Let's watch what they do. And I said, hey, the bulls are in control here. The bulls are in control here. Let's watch what they do. And then somewhere here, confirmation rejection at 10:10 into 10:15. This is LOD. This is target destination reached on SPY. Right? I want to see what they do here, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Right? I want to see what they do. 10:10. That was fucking quick. Candle was humongous. Wow. So damn fast. I did $590 here, and the thing literally went to like 700 and fucking. Yo, I swear I didn't do big because this is a 3/3, but like, yeah, things are. Wow. Chris said IWM flushing. That is one hell of a do. Wow. That is giving up. That is trapping. All right, using IWM, testing the floor now on IWM QQQ. And SPY went, right? How did SPY go? And IWM didn't because, or sorry, QQQ and IWM didn't because IWM released the pressure. Now there's a divergence at the floor. Wow. 10:15. There's a divergence at the floor, and they could be bear trapping here with the divergence. Right, I want to see what they do. Gold is up another 1%. Wow. But yeah, that thing literally, right? This is why I don't even want to look at gold because someone did yesterday good going a little bit down gold, but that thing is up again like crazy, like way past 180, 380. Like, it's just something else, which I have no care for because I am not a super professional that has done gold for years and years and years, and I know anything that I'm talking about on gold. I'm not, so I will never ever speculate and assume and do bullshit on gold because that thing crazy. So I don't care. Right, time is 10:15. 10:15 is bouncing into 10:20. There's a lot of bears here to cook. The only thing is there's a divergence at the floor. That's the only thing because of IWM. All right, now IWM needs to be watched. IWM needs to be studied here because anything could happen. IWM was in a wedge off the bullish morning, right? And then now it is doing something. So let's see how it does. Time is 10:20. 10:20. I feel like there's going to be a chop here. I just want to see. Go a little bit lower, but I cannot possibly chase at this point. I think. Where is my. 1 second. Alrighty, I just got some more water. And the bears are coming in heavy on IWM. SPY, QQQ. Trying to go a little bit lower here to clear the divergence at the floor. Looks like. Yeah, one hell of a play on IWM. I'm not gonna lie. IWM probably did way better this fight. Looking at that drop. But yeah, that is something to see. Time is 10:20. Bears are heavier right now on the higher time frame, trying to. Man, it's so oversold though. It is so oversold on the 5. It is really bearish, but it is really oversold off the man. It is so goddamn bearish off the market open. If I held all my SPX puts into that shit, that would have been crazy. But like the risk, I literally do not do that. I do cycle setups, right? I went in, I DCA'd, and then I left. I waited and waited and waited. I literally was thinking about long here, but like I just didn't want to risk it with the with the little divergence and shit going on. I mean, I could have went here, but I would have left here. I'm not gonna lie, I would have left immediately. But I probably would have got tricked. So I just waited and waited and waited, and then now honestly, yeah, I want to see. Right, I want to see. Does the market want to fill any gaps below or higher? Right, that is the question that I really want to know, basically, because they gapped up and they filled that, so they're not going anywhere yet. And the cycle is technically still bullish from Friday of last week into today morning. Right, that's what the cycle is showing because we spiked up into morning. So there's no cycle confirmation long in the higher time frame at all. Right, what did they do? They gap filled this. I cannot lie, that is a gap fill and a half. Remember yesterday they didn't gap fill QQQ, right? They gap filled it today. So very important to see what happens now. But the cycle is now saying this, right? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, right? Into today. And SPX is showing 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 into today. So the divergence is also cleared on SPX on QQQ as well. But there is no cycle confirmation saying, oh, this is the rejection off the roof and we're going to create a 1/3, 2/3. They could easily bounce it and go higher. We just need to watch. Why? Because there's a gap above at 6891. Who knows if they want to do it this week, right? Or they could be rejecting off this divergence clear at the roof at 930 and go lower together. So everybody sees what's going on, bigger picture, right? We will see what happens today. $10.20 rejected, $10.20 bounced, creating an algo range at the floor. And $10.25 is deciding right now. It's just too $10.25 LOD. This is still in the purple box. If you look at the purple box that we drew earlier, it is spiking down but coming right back up into the range, the intraday logged range. We are not breaking down. We are barcoding at the previous 4 p.m. close of yesterday right now. We have 145 people here. Let's hit the like button. Thank you very, very much so that new people can hit, or new people can find the channel. What we will do is see how the market evaluates right here. The 4 p.m. close at 6:38:10. And we're also going to try to get the Fed governors on. Beautiful, beautiful midweek. Market is creating new cycles and creating new opportunities. Basically is what's going on, is what I see and what I saw. All right.
To build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
Sure, you can inject yourself once a month, but people are happy taking pills like they're a vitamin supplement. This would be like that. It's a very big move, and they have millions of the pill waiting for the approval.
Let's get the opening bell here in the CNBC Real-Time Exchange. And the big board, it's Delta celebrating its centennial. And Ed Bastian's going to join us at post 9 in the next hour. A lot of questions.
Right. I flew Delta this weekend. We had a plane delay. There couldn't have been more graciousness. They wanted everyone grumpy. I mean, it was like a red-eye time, but look, it's a great airline. It's a storied airline, and it's a storied been. As airlines go, they're not great investments. These guys are great.
Yes, and at the NASDAQ, of course, it is AMD, fresh off the analyst day. There's Lisa Su doing the honors, which, Jim, by the way, the immediate reaction to the investor day wasn't all that hot.
No, I think we were in a real funk yesterday, and people didn't necessarily believe that Lisa Su, because she's connected with OpenAI, would be able to get the numbers. But
OpenAI, here comes the OpenAI. Did you guys see the article they posted about
House members return to Capitol
posted
Hill
some
today,
article
and a
about
few
what
hours from now, they're expected to vote on the Senate
Michael
amended
Berry has
bill
been saying. He's been
to
saying
reopen
some
the government
crazy
and
stuff.
end this
He's been saying
shutdown.
they've
Let's
been
get to Emily
inflating
Wilkins with the
earnings on
latest
Meta
panel.
and Nvidia and Oracle, and that the earnings are going to be coming in 37% boosted for the next 2 years. Like, the man is out there wilding, and mainstream news is like picking up. Actually, like, I don't know why. Maybe use that to bear trap. Like, I don't know why.
Depends on everyone getting back to DC. This is the first time that the House is going to vote in 54 days rather. Now margins are slim. Republicans can only
I'm telling you
lose
guys, we
2
got to
votes
watch
if
out
all
today, midday.
Democrats vote
12
against.
p.m.
But at this
is
point, it
House,
seems like
Senate,
we're good.
government
They're good
shutdown,
for passage.
something news
The bill is
happening, and
expected
then
to
1
pass,
p.m. White
and
House.
it's
So
likely that, like
all
last time,
this
there
could be
actually
set up.
be a
All
few
this could be
Democrats
set
that
up,
join
right? The
Republicans
market
in
going bullish,
passing
I mean
that.
bearish
We
from
did get a
9:30
preview
into
of
right
the House
now,
debate last night
and
with
not
the two
clearing the
top
the
appropriators in the
divergence.
House.
It could be set up
Tom
to
Cole
1
and Rosa
p.m.
DeLauro met
12.
with the
So
committee to tee up the vote.
let's see.
Minority leaders Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer led their caucus to shut down the government. And
I
for
hope this stupid
42
government thing
days,
shuts.
the
I
American
mean,
people have
stops
borne the
though.
brunt
Government
of
shutdown.
that decision and have been mere
It's just
pawns
enough with
at
these
partisan hands of the Democrats.
news-driven events, right? Too much.
Premium subsidies, the tax credits. This bill is an empty promise, as is the promise for a vote in the Senate, and as the Speaker said, no guarantee of a vote on premium subsidies in the House.
Once the bill is passed and signed, federal workers are expected to get their paychecks as soon as possible, although, of course, it could take a few days to process those, depending on which areas of the government that they work in. Also happening today at Alita Grijalva, she was the congresswoman who was elected to serve in that special election in September, will finally be sworn in. Guys?
Emily, if we game out a pass of this bill, it seems like the big silos are: when do we start getting data? When does travel begin to clear at Bastions here at the big board this morning? And then when do we swear in Rep-elect Grijalva?
So I'll take those in reverse order. Grijalva is actually expected to be sworn in at 4 p.m. That time has been set. So she will actually be here to take the vote today. Part of the reason that the margins are going to be as narrow as they are, but again, expecting passage. For airports, that could take a little bit longer.
You heard that, right? The
Obviously,
vote's
you are
going on
to have
today.
folks
You guys heard
receiving
that,
pay.
right?
They are
The vote's
being
going on
encouraged to
today in
come
the
back
House.
to
So
work. But just between flights, cancellations, reschedulings, it could take a few more days to sort that one out. And as far as data, look, there's been some data that's been ready to go now for the last 40-some days in terms of jobs reports from September. But as far as other things, a lot of
bulls
the
are
folks
trying
who are
right now,
collecting the
right?
data
Things are
in the
oversold
BLS,
again,
the
just like
CPI
earlier.
and jobs
Things
numbers,
are bouncing,
they weren't
trying
there. They
with
were
the
furloughed, they
divergence
weren't
at the
collecting
floor.
things. And so we're
Right?
going to kind
They're
of
back
see
in the
exactly
purple. I'm
when
telling
this
you, they
data
did not
does
leave this
come
purple
out.
box.
Is it based on
It was not
retroactive
full
data?
on
I think
bearish.
there
It's
is
just
some
still
questions about how
hovering,
accurate
chopping
it is
at the
based on
minimum.
what,
Right?
the
Let's see if
format
they
of the
run up
data
to
that they
VWAP now.
have.
Time is
And some of
10:30.
that could take a little bit longer to get started. But we are
10:25
expecting
until
to
the
get some
low
more
of the
clarity once the
10:25
government
candle
reopens
breaks here.
for what will be
All
coming out
bears,
anyway.
all shorts are in danger
Meantime, thanks,
of
Emily.
getting
Meantime, Jim, maybe
trapped.
we'll start to pivot
Right?
to discussions
Why?
about
There's a new cycle
healthcare.
creating. Doesn't matter if it's 5 minutes or not. It's a new cycle creating. Bulls are trying off of 10:25 right now on QQQ, IWM, everything. There's something on Eli Lilly, Coinbase. All right, we'll see. Oh, it's just
News alert. This is actually big, and I wonder whether it portends even more of this.
It's nothing.
Coinbase officially leaving Delaware and reincorporating in Texas. Company making that announcement in a Wall Street Journal op-ed by its chief legal officer, who says that Delaware's Chancellery Court is no longer providing companies, he believes, with consistency. He writes the following, quote, "The choice is much bigger than
purple
Coinbase.
box
It's part of
is
a movement
trying to
of businesses
reject.
choosing markets with favorable regulatory
It
and
got
judicial
bought back
review
up for
systems.
literally
Several
2-3
states
minutes,
have recently adopted
oversold.
policies aimed at increasing economic freedom,
But the
which drives
divergence at the
competition,
roof is
the
not
laboratory
relieving
of democracy
the
at
calls
work.
yet.
All this, of course,
IWM is
comes
actually bugging out now.
in the face of
IWM
Tesla
going
moving
lower and
to
lower
Texas
every
and
minute.
a number
Right,
of other
let's see
companies
if
that
the
have been
floor
talking
holds
about
off
such
of
a thing.
You
9:30.
remember we had the governor on,
Yes.
and he repeated, every time we asked him about this, he repeatedly said, there's nothing to see here. No one's upset. No one's mad. We're the best. Delaware will always be the best.
Let's get Kramer's Mad Dash countdown to the bell.
I hate the mad dash,
One
but
time, not that long ago, Ken Langone, the great investor, when Eli Lilly was in the 700 billion, said, Jim, it's going to be worth $1 trillion. It may be worth $1 trillion in a few weeks. It's at 934 billion. This pill that they have for GLP-1.
look at that CNBC. Stock futures point to higher open. Dow at record high. Dow at record high? Hold up, what?
People are beginning
Hold
to
up.
realize
Wait.
maybe this thing
Hold
is
on.
worth
Dow
far more.
futures.
And a city piece
Dow
today,
Jones Industrial Minis.
price target
Holy
$1,500.
crap! Oh,
As they stay high.
Dow, yo,
Yeah,
hold on.
and
Dow
by the way,
Jones
it's a great
all-time high.
company. Daybreaks, by
There's
the way, the
something might be
company
going
does a
on with
lot
the
of
Dow.
work. Now you're in ALS,
What the?
you're in a new government.
Maybe
They're
a
giving money to
I
that
don't
to
know,
help the American
breakout or a
market.
trap or something.
Dave Ricks is
Wow, I didn't even know that. Did you
really
guys know that?
But what he's really driving is a
IWM
company
breaking the
that's
floor.
gonna pass
There
$1
could be a
trillion.
trap.
Congratulations to him.
Have you looked at
Alright, we'll stop watching that. Dow Jones making an all-time high is something different. Man, the floor is breaking here on SPY. It looks like IWM is leading. My chart is being frozen on this big chart because of the... Dude, you gotta be careful. Today is different, guys. You gotta be careful. Look. Okay, well, it's been running since yesterday too, but... Like the MACD... Okay. This might be a play into tomorrow, but yeah, that is literally making the market do different things right now. Broke the floor. We're trying. Bears are trying to stack here with IWM. Man, the 15-minute on QQQ. Honestly, I feel like a bounce is possible, but like it has been leading all fucking morning. Look at this wedging at the floor, right? This is not full on bearish. The MACD is oversold right now. I feel like it could bounce again, just like how it did in the morning. But the MACD and volume has to come through, right? And we'll need to see. With the cycle confirming at best. I'm going to draw the new floor on SPY. It's kind of turning nasty on SPY. Low key, this is the 3/3 rate, but they're going barcoding lower, barcoding lower, barcoding lower. This is futures work. What they do at night, they don't know, or like they don't want to allow people to know how low they're gonna go. But like they're going lower and lower and lower to the point that it's oversold, and then they can bounce it at any time. And okay, and there's divergence at the. They're breaking the floor on IWM now, right? They're someone crazy printing on IWM. I'm not gonna lie. What the fuck, yo? They're oh my god, SPY going crazy too. God damn, dude. Now FOMO. I'm not gonna lie. All the SPX or not SPX. All the SPY shit I had from earlier in the day going like fucking double. Oh my god. I literally cannot chase. This is a 3/3. They're breaking the floor, right? The bears are trying. Dow is retreating off the all-time highs as well. I literally can't chase this. Dow retreating off a 1030 as well. IWM retreating off a 1030 as well. 1030 into 1035. And 1035 just fucking broke the floor in IWM. So I literally cannot chase that. But that is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bearish from the roof at 10:05 is what it's showing now. 10:35. So it's been 30 minutes on IWM. Since 10:05, SPY has been bear bull trapping. Since 10:10, QQQ has been bull trapping, but they do it in different ways, right? How, you know what I mean? Like, look at this shit. IWM ran into 10:05. QQQ dropped into 10. Into 10, IWM ran. Like, this shit is just so and then together. This is the 3/3 though. This is what I've been calling out in the WhatsApp group. I said the risk is, I said IWM SPY bearish still 10:25. The divergence may clear at the floor. This is the 3/3. Still bearish. QQQ is delayed. Risk is more than morning, but the trend is south off morning open. I'm up hefty. I'm not going back in. This is the 3/3. I'm feeling mega FOMO right now, but it is what it is. I said that shit 10 minutes ago, but I mean it is what it is. Hopefully everyone, yo, let's see who's having a good day right now. All right, let's see who's having a green day, who's having a red day so far. Holy fuck, 10:35. This is LOD divergence. Everything, guys, is everything clearing at the floor. Okay, everything clearing at the floor. Have Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Right. Oh my God, IWM gap fill too. Look at that. There's a big gap. That could be a bear trap. All right, this is most likely there's going to be a bear trap in the next 5, 10, 15 minutes here. I'm not speculating, but I'm literally I'm looking at the 1 minute gap. That's why. Right? I want to pay attention. Let me just take a sip of water. Holy Yeah, that's disgusting. That is actually disgusting. Oh my lord. Alright, bounce is trying off of 1035 LOD. Let's see what happens off this LOD at 1035. That is absolutely disgusting, right? Things were crazy oversold and they went again. Just like earlier. When they were oversold, they bought it back and then they released that. When they were oversold, they bought it back and released that. Like, yo. Nah, but like I honestly was kind of scared to go here because it was so oversold. But I literally said at 1025, somewhere here, that most likely. But I also wasn't like full on bear bias, right? I wasn't full on bear bias because I was calling out the fact that we were hovering at the purple box. We could have came back in here, right? Let's not be biased, right? Let's not lie. It could have came back in. It could have bear trapped everyone, but it decided to. The market together decided to clear the divergence. That is something that it did together. But I literally, man, I said at 1025. Hopefully, today is right? Wednesday. Hopefully, you guys are having a beautiful, beautiful Wednesday wherever you are in this world. Take care of yourself. Hopefully, your body and your health is all right, because that is the most important thing. And truly, truly enjoy life, because life is to be enjoyed. It's too damn short, honestly. That's what I feel like every damn time. I feel like, I take life for granted, and the damn time that we have on, this earth, we got to enjoy it and cherish it with people that we care about as much as we can. And, hopefully everyone, yeah, takes good care of their family and their loved ones, is what I'm saying, man. Time flies. It really does. Time is 10:40. Right? There is a bounce off of 1040. I'm literally, I cannot even lie. I called that shit out 2 minutes ago, but like God did, all right? God did. Back to the trend line. All right, we'll see. All right, I'm doing a poll. Today, you are so far green, right? Red, or slightly red, or slightly neutral. Neutral's fine too. All right? 1040. There's literally absolutely no way, right? Any one of us in this world can get every single cycle, every single day right. It's just not even possible. The only thing you can do is possibly deduct every single day and let every day be okay for what it is. Look at the setup for what it is and be okay with it, right? I literally went off early yesterday and the day before, but I'm not gonna lie, before I went off, what did I say? The realest watchers of my stream remember, on Monday and on Sunday and on Tuesday, I was like, hey, technically speaking, it was right here. I was like, it was right here, somewhere at like 1 or 2 p.m. I think it was like 1 p.m. I was like, hey, technically speaking, we could continue to run and be the 3/3, and we are in a 1/3, 2/3 from Friday. And then they did, I think it was like this, something like this. And then I was like, hey, they could technically go more and more and more. I didn't expect them to go, 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 but like they did. And that is what they do. Just like how they do last week, right? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. And then how many fucking times did they bull trap? They literally did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There was like 14 or 18 days where the thing continuously went 1/3, 2/3, and we were like, oh my God, it's going lower. And then, oh my, with these gaps like crazy, right? And look, and the islands were freaking insane. So whatever the market does, you have to be okay with the fact that it is doing something. Let's go look at IWM. It is doing something, which is, right, now there could be a floor being created off of 1035. There could be a floor being created off of 1035, 1036, right? 1037 on IWM. But everything except IWM is basically aligning. Dow Jones Industrial Average is bouncing, right? Literally at 1036. You cannot even make this shit up. Even the Dow and the shit that nobody watches, right? Bouncing at the same time to fill the 1 minute gap that IWM left at that huge ass push down at 1035. And now we are back to the 4 p.m. close where things are, you know, I don't know. There's a lot of bears here that could trap, to be honest, right? Somebody went up crazy. They said IWM banger. Holy. God damn. 73% for the day. Fire. Yo, that is crazy on IWM. Wow. Crazy. Someone got a CVNA. What is that? Carvana? CVNA. Nice. Yo, there's a lot of things today going off, right? Pound here. Man, again. Wow. Gap filling or something. Wow. I don't even want to say gap filling, but like something going on with that. Tesla, right? Losing the gray box like crazy. I don't even know where, you know, maybe I don't want to speculate, but this gray box has been used like insane. That's all I will say. NVDA. Yeah, just doing NVDA things. Dr. Barry is, I guess, still there. Doctor, right? They were making everyone think Dr. Barry Dunzo yesterday, right? They were saying Dr. Barry Dunzo, right? Blah blah blah. No, I'm kidding. He probably could have got out in 2-3 days. I'm not. I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying this is a joke, right? But let's focus. Let's focus. LOD is 10:36 a.m. until the 10:36 low breaks, right? All bears, all shorts are in danger of getting cooked. Why? Because they already went crazy low. They already went crazy. You got to think about it from literally, right? 9:40 since 9:30. The lower this shit goes, the longer it goes, the more riskier it gets. It's just what it is, unless there is a massive setup like clearing the divergence altogether, all around the place, right? That's just set up, but like, yeah. We will. Look, the Atlanta Fed. We're the first people to watch this, guys. This just came out 10 seconds ago.
Hey, Carl, good morning. Adding to the busyness here, Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic announcing he will retire at the end of his term, February 2026. You remember, all Fed presidents' terms end at the 5-year period, ending in a 6 or a 1. That is, so they're all up, and Bostic taking this opportunity to retire. He serves as Atlanta Fed president since 2017.
He is someone that's been, though,
Atlanta Fed announcing it will form a search committee to look for a replacement. I would say that I don't think that there's his bio right there. Since 2017,
there's a lot of bears for them to cook here. Let's see if they do it. The MACD coming in bullish right now, more than it's been trying.
I don't think the Fed is losing a committed hawk or dove here. Bostic has been
not really on QQQ, but it is on SPY, right? IWM holding this trend line that it broke down from. Let's see what they do with this as well. They filled the gap, so is there another gap on IWM? Please let us know if there is someone that does IWM. IWM/USD should show us. No, that was a crazy gap play, by the way. Whoever got that shit, congratulations, because you literally did some professional level, hedge fund level shit. You cannot even make this up. IWM has been going down. Gap fill, down, gap fill, gap up, and then gap up, gap fill. So there's only one gap down there. Professional. Damn. Professional. Right, and it looked crazy bullish on IWM in the morning.
Negative ADP number yesterday, guys.
Cannot lie.
But Steve, I think we should draw the distinction, right?
IWM doing stuff to SPY, while QQQ and SPY also doing other things. It's very important
right?
to see.
It's not like a governor where the president
what
gets
they want to do. IWM almost leading this push down again.
the views and the faces on the Fed next year, but it won't
confirmation
be
rejection on IWM happening right now.
So, right.
1040 rejection, 1045. This is standing as 1043, right?
The board of the directors of the Atlanta Fed will name
1045, I mean, and time is 1050 right now. Right, let's see if they really break the floor. That's the real question. If they break the floor in IWM, they have the possibility to come back down to the LOD and then bounce it. If IWM bounces right now, they bear trap people right here, right now. If IWM goes and breaks the floor and SPY and QQQ goes dumps again everything, they bull trap everyone. So that is 3 to 4 possible possibilities.
As you know, these approvals
I saw that, Chris. Good shit, bro.
Perfunctory. They get
that was crazy.
A little bit on the front
I ain't gonna lie.
But usually
when that shit was rolling, I was like, dude, IWM is paying more crazier than SPY and QQQ did. But I don't know. SPY and QQQ kind of caught up. So maybe if I held on all the way from the morning, I would have been fine. But I low-key did scalps. I did the scalp and a little scalp here. So it is what it is.
And then this will be one
crazy nice
for the Reserve Bank. Is that
testing
what we're
the floor.
tracking for
and
next
as
year?
we've reported,
this is LOD testing, LOD hoping. Let's see what happens.
It may be
that's the best thing,
the
right?
Administration
they did not break the floor. There's many possibilities here. There's like right. Let's get this out of the way, okay? There's many possibilities here, and everybody in the world and most of the people in the world are guessing and hoping on everything right now, right here. So everybody fucking focus up. Everybody realize that and do know that, right? Do know that going into the shit in the next 5 to 10 minutes in your mental mind that literally everybody in the world is thinking fly, everybody in the world is thinking chop, everybody in the world is thinking drop. And the goal of you is to not be biased. The goal of you is to make your own mental best reality deductions. That's literally what it is. Life. But that is what's going on right now. So do realize that before we go any further from right now, all right? I've been saying that as we were going lower, but I'm just saying, right, as we were going lower, I was calling out, hey, this is kind of 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, still bearish, but do realize this is risky as fuck, more than morning. And then this is still bearish, but then the setup's there, the divergence on the floor there. But realize, so you gotta realize things. Right? Do not be, oh, this is just easy shit. Right?
Announcing a new build-out of data centers across the U.S.,
testing.
starting in Texas and New York. Now they're partnering with FluidStack. That's an AI cloud platform behind GPU clusters for Meta, Midjourney, and Mistral. They are known for building custom facilities.
If they break the floor, then they go near the floor, and then that's, if they go more or do they stop? That's the question.
And it adds to
that's up to
$11
IWM at this point.
campus that Amazon just
maybe
built
up to
Anthropic in Indiana,
other things too,
and
but
a new expansion with Google Cloud worth tens of billions of
IWM pushed the thing up, market all went up together, and then IWM dropped, and the market going down. QQQ already went down before, so it is best to pay attention to all things, including the Dow Jones Industrial Average.
Anthropic hasn't said
nobody wants to watch the Dow Jones Industrial Average, but I mean that's literally play into tomorrow too. There's professionals out there doing the Dow, probably on this breakout, thinking about more or lower or hover into tomorrow. But I mean, I don't know. The Dow is different. I don't even want to think about the Dow, but I mean that's just the reality.
And the AI sector. After OpenAI CFO Sarah Friar
see how the Nikkei did overnight.
Back the idea of a federal
backstop
for
overnight.
that company's $1 trillion plus infrastructure spend, as well as OpenAI's
Nikkei
letter to DC asking to expand CHIPS Act credits to help offset compute costs. Guys?
Yeah, that's the question. How is it going to get paid for? I mean, there's a lot of debt financing going on.
It's okay.
Mackenzie, is that the assumption? I remember that there's also talk that Anthropic is closer to profitability. And
we got to look at the higher time frame right here. So we're going to look at IWM, we're going to look at QQQ, we're going to look at SPY, and we're going to look at other major stocks if you guys want to all together, right? So if you guys want to see some other major stocks in chat, say it now, but we will see them in the bigger time frame. The MACD and the volume, RSI, pay attention to that the most, right? We're going to start with IWM. You have to realize that is what you have to do. This is called, right, higher time frame shit. Not really caring about candles. Higher time frame shit. So do realize the higher time frame, right? the 1 hour, the 30-minute, and just do notate that into your head. Don't be full on, oh my God, I'm going to do that today completely based on that, because that's a trap too. You just have to realize how it's forming, what it's forming, and what it's trying to show. So technically, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, right? From Friday lows at 66, I think it was like 600 QQQ, 666 on SPY, at least into today open 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, full bull control, right? And then market is pulling back off the morning open like we did yesterday, and we ran up like we did yesterday morning, like we did yesterday and the day before, and then we ran up, right? So it's not saying it's gonna go lower, it's just saying it's trying to build a cycle, and it is important to note. All right, this is bearish, 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 bearish. This is bearish a little bit. LOD coming again, but all right. I don't want to go real quick. This is right, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from Friday into 9:30, right? That's IWM, QQQ, and SPY all together. But that does not mean it's going to go full on. It just means it was bullish, and then now it's pulling back, and the cycle is being created off of morning, like I said in the WhatsApp group, right? Today is like a mixed day. Right, we have 6 or 7 people green, 2 people red, and then 6 people neutral. So today is like a mixed day, and I did not see what people said earlier in the YouTube chat. So Sam said, "Are you missing a super green option?" That's good. RMK said green. Right, I don't see more people saying stuff earlier, but that's good. That's good. Chris said small count up 73%. Good shit. That's beautiful, man. I'm telling you, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 on all things off a morning open. I said that on the WhatsApp group, right? And I said, hey, it's 1/3, 2/3, but like it's getting dangerous and dangerous. But like the divergence is there, but it's getting dangerous and dangerous. And they did. They did. All together. So we'll see what happens here. It's the best thing. Floor is breaking. But the more the floor breaks and the more the 1 minute and the 5 minute goes oversold, right? The more the possibility the thing bounces. That's just how it is, right? So they went lower at 1050 into 1055. LOD is breaking on IWM. We need to pay attention here because this is literally what we talked about 5-10 minutes ago, right? So LOD is literally here now. LOD, right? And now SPY and QQQ is lower from where I literally talked about 5-10 minutes ago, right? And then now is literally deciding whether to go lower with all this bullish MACD or whether to bounce. Let's see. It is what it is. I don't feel FOMO because I kind of did real good in the morning. So no FOMO. Sure, every day could be a fucking great day, and then every day, could be a fucking huge day, and I could go to, fucking Disneyland tomorrow, and then stay there for a week. But I mean, the reality is, right, and how life works is there's cycles to things, and you kind of have to appreciate when life gives you cycles. And you gotta be okay sometimes with, taking, some, here and there. You get smiley, here and there. What I'm trying to say is, hypothetically speaking, when the market gives me green, and market gives me a couple of $1,000 and, a couple of 2, 3, 4 days span, I would like to take out I would like to take out a couple of $1,000 and literally use the couple of $1,000 in my bank. You know what I mean? Like the money in you guys have to understand, the money, the candles, the fucking bullshit is not real unless you make it real. And that making it real literally means taking the money and, like literally using for, hypothetically speaking, I am not I'm just literally saying, like, this is what I literally feel, because I've been in that trap where I just feel like, I could go up and up and up and up and up and up and up. It's just not. It's literally not how it works. And even smart money hedge funds out there, smart people out there, I guarantee you they're not, trying to just fucking triple, quadruple, 10 times. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure people are being smart out there. So if you understand what I'm trying to say with that, like, I'm just trying to say what what I feel, but like, yeah, I do not mean that as in like, yeah, you should do that. I literally just think that's what I try to do because I have been in that cycle where, yeah, I just go up and down and up and down and up and down. And what's the point? What's the point, right? Now I just want to go consistently up, 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 and be cool. Be cool. Right, LOD testing. The LOD is not breaking. It is bouncing at 1050. What we literally talked about right up here. Let's see what happens is what I'm trying to say. The candles are coming in, flickering, doing whatever the hell it wants. Cycles are diverging, but it is at the floor. Right, not that big of a divergence, but there is a divergence, right? 1050 bounce to 1011. 1055 bounce to 11. IWM is bouncing off of 1054 into 11. So I'm telling you, the market great, but the market could also be very, very like so unexpected too. And you just gotta be okay, and sometimes, be okay with the fact that you got it right one day or two. Then you be chilling for the third day or fourth, and then you just come back the next week feeling like a winner, and then you come back feeling like a winner, and then you come back feeling like a winner, and then like that's all it is. You just gotta be understanding of your emotion and kind of be something. Okay. Yeah, just BS news coming out from CNBC. This is an important one though. AMD. AMD CEO Lisa Su dismisses AI spending fears. It's the right gamble. Oh,
hosting
hell
an
no.
analyst day yesterday. It's the first time in 3 years.
This has 4,000 views.
Revenue growth
5,000
will expand 35% a year over the next 3 to 5 years, and the company's
market
AI
can be
data center is
rude.
expected to grow at 80%
100%.
a year and potentially
Like, for
have tens
example,
of billions
me on
of dollars
gold,
in sales by 2027.
Dude, gold up 1%
Right
today.
is the
2-3
AMD
days ago,
CEO,
gold was
Lisa
up.
Su.
Like on
Note
Friday
on
into
this,
Monday, it was up
AMD
2%.
stock up phenomenally. You can see since
A lot of my Nvidia puts, or a lot of my Nvidia put profits got burnt. That's what I literally said.
589%.
So
Lisa, I think
I'm never doing gold ever
over,
again. I literally
this was
said,
a
right? And you
$2
guys will
billion
never fucking hear me talk about gold unless it's something very important. You guys say, hey, really look at gold, and then I'll look at gold that maybe one time or twice, but I will never bring up gold.
It's great to be here with you guys this morning. Thanks for having me. It's great to see you too. Last week you had news that came out that beat all expectations, and yet the stock
Zach has been talking about AMD all the time.
People were waiting to see what you said at the
saw you, bro.
Investor Day.
I saw you too.
What they heard,
AMD,
especially
nice.
when it came to the revenue, the annualized growth that you're expecting, 35%. I think most people were looking for closer to 30%.
I don't have a lot of boxes for AMD, to be honest. That thing goes up and down like crazy. So I have a great box for Tesla that's been working for months.
It's always nice to sometimes take a step back from
months,
just what's happening on a quarterly basis to really talk about long-term strategy. And it has been, as you said, it's been 3 years since we've hosted an analyst day.
AMD rises after CEO Lisa Su says she sees AI business growing for more than 60% a year for the 3 to next 5 years.
Just take a step back
That's the news
and talk
on
about the company
Robinhood
as a
right
whole. And frankly, I mean, we're in just an amazing cycle for technology and specifically around AI. So back to the major points. I mean, the market is accelerating at a pace that we just did not understand until over the last few years. I think we started a couple of years ago. We thought the AI accelerator TAM might be $300 billion, and that sounded like a really big number. And then each year we took it up.
No, I'm kidding.
And now when we take a step back, we see this massive opportunity. Really. Over $1 trillion overall market as we get through 2030. And it's a place where everybody needs technology. Think about it as you can think about computing as equating to intelligence. And if you can get more intelligence, why wouldn't you want more computing? And that's kind of the market that we're in. And so, from that standpoint, we're really excited about what we have. It's a product
Let's see what
portfolio.
happens,
it's a set
though,
of partnerships, but it's also a vision
one-third,
for
two-third,
where
three-third.
computing is going in the future.
What
Right.
makes you
This
so
could
sure,
be
Rebecca,
literally,
what do you
right?
see
It could be
that
like
makes you
this.
think not only that this
One-third,
demand is
two-third,
going to be
three-third,
big, but that it's
and then
real
bear
and that
trap
it's not going to disappear.
everybody
Well,
into
Becky, we
tomorrow.
spend a lot of time in the ecosystem.
Friday.
And, being
Go
in this
lower
industry
today,
for
go
as
a little
long
bit
as I've been in
down,
this
up
industry over 30
Thursday,
years,
and then
I
go
think you see a
super
lot
up
of
Friday.
cycles, and
Nobody
we
knows,
see,
but all I'm
a lot
saying
of
is
technologies
cycles are
take
always
off.
being created.
The key is what
Right?
people
They
are
bear
saying
trapped the
as
crap
they're
out of
actually
people yesterday
utilizing
here.
the technology.
Let's not lie. So
We work with all of the largest hyperscalers in the world, all of the largest enterprises.
market
and if you
always
looked at,
going
sort
up.
of the AI trajectory over the
Look
last
at this
couple of
level.
years, I
You
think
guys
people
remember
started
when
with
people were talking,
tremendous
when we were here, you
excitement,
guys remember this shit,
ChatGPT came
247,
on board,
245, and
everyone was
market
like,
always
wow,
goes
this
up.
is pretty good.
Market always goes down.
And then
Market always goes
enterprises
up,
started
down.
using it,
Just
and,
using
frankly, the
Up,
early
down.
enterprise usage was a little bit slow. I mean, people were kind of just trying to figure out what to do. But if I tell you what we've seen in the last 12 months, we've seen every one of our largest customers say, we can see the inflection point now, Lisa. Like, we can see, demand is accelerating because people are now starting to get real productivity out of the AI use cases. And, we have all of the largest hyperscalers in the world saying they're investing more in CapEx because they can see the return on the other side of it. So
SPY
it
and
is,
QQQ looked like it was trying to run right there, but IWM, I think it might be dragging it down right now.
We're still at the very beginning of the
Not
technology.
gonna lie, that's kind of scary.
starting to
I
see
almost wanted to say,
significant
right,
productivity
as I was
really
switching
think that
back,
they can
SPY and
see
QQQ wants to run here, but like
returns on the other
IWM is
side?
acting
Or
up.
do you think
is
there's a little
acting
bit
up.
of a big gamble going on?
Without
which is to say that
IWM,
there's a bunch of
SPY
them
and
will tell
QQQ
you
would have
quite
already
openly,
bear trapped
"Look,
everybody
I'd
here.
much
I
prefer
think.
to be ahead
But this thing
than
is
behind,
dragging it
meaning
lower.
ahead than
It's
behind. I'm
hovering
worried
it at
that if
the
I don't
floor.
invest enough now, I won't have enough capacity later.
That
but
is
I can't
scary,
necessarily
dangerous.
fully
This shit
map
is
out how it's
literally.
gonna work out on the other end either.
I don't even
I
want to
don't
target
think
even
it's
lower,
a
but this shit is
big
literally
gamble. I think
futuring,
it's the right
futuring
gamble,
lower.
and the way
You
I
know what I
would
mean?
say it, Aaron,
Future.
is
This is
we can
futuring
also
lower. This is so
definitely
risky.
see, that more computing and more investments equate to a faster pace of innovation. I think that's definitely there. I think you can also see all of the pointers to more productivity,
probably,
more capability. Now, exactly timing of ROI,
Right.
if you're talking about is it 12 months or 24 months, I think that's where it becomes a little fuzzier. But I would say that, look, our largest customers are extremely disciplined companies, and they have the balance sheets to invest. And this
But
idea,
I'll give you an example. The one that everybody talks about is OpenAI.
Yeah.
So OpenAI in 2028 is expecting to lose $74 billion.
Bears are
By the way, they have $13 billion.
slightly
in revenue.
grinding lower.
I believe that's the number.
It could be a bear trap at some point,
that
but
between 2028 and
I
2030,
am thinking
that
this is
they will
also
all of a sudden become a profitable
very important to
business.
see
So
what the
they have
volume
to
and the
make a
MACD
swing
does here.
from a $74 billion loss. Something magical has to happen in the course of 24 months. So the question I would ask you
crazy
is somebody
downward
who, by the
trend
way,
right
has to
now.
think of them to some degree as
Market
a
is in a crazy
customer
downward
slash
trend right now.
creditor. So how you think about
Cannot
that
even-
math.
yeah. So again,
not
Aaron, I
even
would take a
make
step
up
back and say, when you look at the entirety
How much
of
that
what,
was just now?
the AI,
625
sort of
to
technology
686.
companies
That's
are.
some
You
bullshit
have the
on
largest hyperscalers. You have, I call it
crazy.
the AI native leaders like OpenAI.
Oh my God, I'm
Anthropic,
worried
others.
this thing about to go to
And what the
680 now.
underlying
Like I'm
foundation
fucking
is
worried.
They all need computing.
I'm
now,
worried.
relative to your,
They go
your
get my
comment
ass
about
fucking.
OpenAI, I
Man.
think OpenAI is a phenomenal company. I mean, if
Oh,
you,
I do too. I use it every second. I love the business. I love what they're trying to do. I just don't. I'm trying to understand the math.
let's start with the vision, and then we'll come to the math. When you look at the math, the vision will say you need more computing. That today, computing is a limiting factor in how much people can adopt AI, and you can see that in a number of different places. And so, yes, you have to invest ahead of the curve so that you can get the entire user base on there. But if you just take a look at the growth in users, and not just at OpenAI, but across the entire AI ecosystem, we're seeing that growth. And we're seeing that growth because
Bitcoin
there's true
dramatically
productivity
lower
coming at the other end of it. And from that standpoint, I think we are all, like I said, we're disciplined
It
business
says
people.
Bitcoin
but we see
ETFs
a
have their
incredible
best day
opportunity
in
front of
over
us.
a month.
And
What is
absolutely, if one
Like,
has the
what is going
capability
on?
to address that with a fantastic balance sheet, you would absolutely do that.
Let's talk about your plans for AI data centers. You are scaling pretty rapidly. You see the growth there in terms of revenue being greater than 80% over the next several years.
If you go on Robinhood, it says Bitcoin ETFs have their best day in over a month, 56 minutes ago.
In that business over the next few years.
At 12.
To do that, you're going to have to go through NVIDIA because by some estimates, they have more than 90% of the market share right now. What's your plan for doing that?
Well, I would say, once again, this is an amazing market with tremendous growth.
Guys, thank you so much for being here. If you can all please hit the like button. Thank you all very,
it really favors innovation
much.
And it favors partnership.
Very much.
From our standpoint, technology roadmap, we're super excited about the new products that we're bringing out. We have our MI350 series currently in production. We have a big step up with new rack scale architectures coming next year. What we also have is a really strong set of partnerships. Aaron mentioned OpenAI. We have partnerships.
And if you're a new
Meta,
watcher,
all of
hit
the large
the
hyperscalers.
like button.
And the key
We
in
are
this type
waiting
of market,
for
Becky,
Caroline
is that,
Lovett to come online at
wants to
1
have,
p.m.
sort of multiple
as well.
solutions. And frankly, there's no one solution that fits all. You can see with different workloads, you're going to want to have the best technology for each one.
It says hemp is getting a crackdown. The government shutdown as well, whatever that means.
I think between large hyperscalers, enterprises, as well as sovereign nation states that are out there building large data center installations, I think we are an excellent option, and we've talked about some of the key partnerships to do that.
Do not pay your next car insurance bill. Repeat, do not pay your bill yet.
So I found this website and
there's some news about in the government shutdown.
Buried deep inside the text of the bill is a measure at taking down a nearly $30 billion U.S. industry. Brandon Gomez joins us now to talk me through this. All right, what is in that bill?
Yeah, so you have to look at the fine print, right? First, we have to understand, though, how we got here. So there's language in the 2018 Farm Bill, passed under the first Trump administration, that legalized hemp. Now, that's the non-intoxicating cousin of marijuana.
That's crazy.
But without
There's
getting
been
too
a lot
into the
of
weeds,
legal,
also opened the door for chemists to extract compounds and create products that work around the law, still mimic the intoxicating effect of cannabis, think THC gummies or beverages. Okay, well, today, Congress is moving to close that hemp loophole. The new measure tucked into the funding bill would ban those intoxicating hemp-derived products, too. Now, if passed, the bill gives companies a one-year off-ramp, rare for a ban, but likely to adjust or push for clearer regulation. Executives saying to me that's actually a good thing, meant to give good actors here an opportunity to establish guardrails similar to the alcohol industry. Now, the worry is if the bill passes and nothing is changed, the legal market will go dark and business goes underground. Tilray issuing a statement condemning misguided prohibitionist measures and calling instead for responsible hemp regulations. And that's the concern, Contessa. The debate over the language by Congress even pitted Kentucky senators against one another.
Continuous drag down on IWM.
To hemp farmers, McConnell on the opposite side.
Crazy.
We're talking about a multi-billion-dollar
It's not even going lower on the 1 minute. It's just
two
continuously
states, though,
at
that already have
lower.
their own hemp product laws that will stay in effect at least for the next year or so.
Yeah, but if you're an investor in Tilray or Charlotte's Web or many of the other companies here, you have to wonder whether this is a time to take your money out of these companies before there's federal regulation that keeps them from operating.
And obviously there's been the debate too about the legalization, or rather just the adjustment and rescheduling of cannabis as well, right? The president has been in support of that. There were a lot of headlines too that the president was in support of this ban, but those in the industry that I was speaking with saying, I think the president is just in support of reopening the government and dealing with this issue further down the line.
You've also been covering the decline in drinking and the impact on beer and alcohol makers. Are they likely to cheer this?
These are alternative products to that industry, right? So there are those who are saying, no, actually,
I
we
just
do
joined for
celebrate the hemp ban
$1,070
because
and
that
I
will
just
give more
left.
room on shelves for our products. On the
$170.
opposite side, you have the wholesalers who are moving these products. Right?
I'm leaving for $100. I don't care. I'm sorry. I'm out. I don't care. I don't care. They're going a little bit lower. I just got a tiny bit
towards, and that's where the consumer demand
shit,
comes
that was
into
funny
question.
as fuck. Yo. That was crazy. I just joined SPY0DT for $1,070 and I said that in the WhatsApp group, and literally 40 seconds that shit went up $100 and I was out. I don't care. Yo. I don't care. Alright, I'm good for the day. A little bit. Unless there's a big play coming, maybe later, but I don't care about no big play right now going lower. Maybe if there's a bounce later, I could even try to think about the bounce, but they're going somewhere low down there. They're just doing it super, super, super slow so that people don't know and people are getting grinded down and people are thinking, holy sh, it's expediting now. It's expediting now. Fuck, I should have held like 2-3 more minutes, but it's fine. There's a gap. There's a gap here, right? Do realize there's a fucking gap here, and they're going down with the gap on IWM. They're going to come back later and fill that, or tomorrow, right? That's most likely the probability. That's like 85% probability they're going to fill that gap tomorrow or end the day. We'll see. That was crazy. I got in here, and I got it in the tiniest red candle, and it boomed me down, and I got out. But now it's at 1.24K or some shit, but I don't really care. That shit is literally just going grinding lower, or 1-2 more minutes. That's just momentum doing its thing, right? The MACD volume, I said earlier, we gotta watch. I said in the WhatsApp group 20 minutes ago, hey, we'll need to see with the MACD volume at 11:04 a.m. At 11:04 a.m., I was literally watching the MACD and volume, and the thing was going and going and going, and I was taking a chance right here, tiny. But I didn't do it earlier, but now I did. And ouch. There is a gap. They're probably gonna gap fill this. Right, there is a trap most likely coming. This is now a huge cycle. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Right? They're whoever is in the 3/3, all the bears are bound to get burned at some point, even if they're gonna go lower. Why? Because the market cycles. It is not a hope-based thing. It is not a the market literally cycles no matter what, if it goes higher or lower. So why the market pulled back, right? On I think it was Monday morning before it ran up, right? The market pulled back yesterday again before we ran up the exact same way again, right? So no matter what the market cycles, there will be a cycle. As long as you realize that and you come into the day knowing the thing is not even a bull versus bear, it's not even anything, it's just a cycle, and you understand that for what it is and you be okay with that, then you come completely different to this thing. A beast. A different. And now they're going 680.6, but I don't want to hold out for that shit. They're going. Alright, 680 point. Somewhere. They're going trying. Flatton said, I'll never do something in weed again. What do you mean? What happened? Is it taking a beating on this? Holy it is. No way. That's some actual BS. Someone probably would have known for a couple of while, right? Or something. That is crazy. What other shit than Tilray is there? MSOS? Well, at one point, the cannabis industry was down crazy, so it's not even that bad. Alright, this is bear trap trying, right? Gap is already filled. Gap is already filled. They bounced that 11:10. When the MACD is super oversold, bulls are trying now. Bulls are here. This is being used as a hope factor. 680.60. It is literally just numbers being used as hope factor, right? They can bounce it crazy here. We'll see. Humongous cycle from morning. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Cycle is building again, trying to go bullish. Like the RSI is so damn oversold, it's off the charts. This is 11:10 LOD into 11:15. There's no divergence at the floor, but a divergence at the roof again. Right? They ran this thing crazy. When was it? Monday and Tuesday with the divergence at the roof. Do they run it the same today? I have no idea, but they could clear the roof divergence into some other time other than today too. And no cycle confirmation long. Really oversold on the 5 though. Really oversold on the 5. Like, unbelievably. Wind direction is south showing. I need at least a big confirmation, or I'm going to wait patiently. I'm chilling. Time is 11:20. It has been 2 minutes.
Let's talk more about inflation and the Fed. We just got that news about Bostic planning to retire at the end of his term in February. Joining us this morning here at Post 9 is David Zervos, Chief Market Strategist at Jefferies, and of course, a CNBC contributor. Good to see you, David. Welcome.
Good to be here, Carl.
I'm going to guess you're not too worried about the hand wringing about consumer much.
You know, that's probably what you would think, but I am getting a little worried, believe it or not, and I think I'm tracking the labor market a little bit more closely, and I'm just not liking what I see. And I think we've got a couple of problems, Carl. One, monetary policy is too restrictive and has been too restrictive for a while, and I think that's a battle I'll still continue to fight. But more importantly, it's the AI story that you cover every day and the confidence that's kind of shaking. I was particularly struck by the interview you guys did or was on the network with Barry Sternlicht, a friend of mine, and, you know, sort of point blank kind of saying, you know, I've got this program, they're $30 a month that makes 15 or 20 people redundant at my firm. That's what we're hearing, and we're seeing it, we're hearing it, we're feeling it. I think workers are starting to get a little bit of a confidence issue, and I'm seeing the data, the revisions we've had, the big revisions, the 1.5 million jobs we revised away over 24 and 25, and the weakness that we have today, Challenger and ADP. I don't like it.
So you think Michigan is an accurate reflection right now?
I'm not sure. Michigan's got weird stuff in it. Yeah, I throw that away. I like Challenger. I think ADP does a decent job. I think the revisions are probably the story of the year in the labor market. We've dismissed the 900,000 in 2024 and then the 400,000 for the early part of this year. That's a lot of jobs. We had much more productivity growth than we thought. We had much less job fuel growth than we thought, and I think that's a sort of pointing me to a couple of culprits. The good side, technological advance. That's always great. The bad side, policy's just not stimulative for demand at a time when the job market's weak.
Rejection. But if the big problem is really that Barry Sternlicht can do with AI, what he can do with 15, 20 people, then easier monetary policy will not cause a wave of hiring.
But it will stimulate sectors that are interest rate sensitive, Barry's in particular, the real estate sector, and he would love to see reasons why that picks up and he can hire more people potentially.
Well, that's the question.
He could hire more people potentially in the mortgage finance world, maybe in the construction world, in places where the AI isn't going to happen. I don't think we're going to have AI robots banging nails into roofs on houses in Austin, Texas, and Miami, Florida. So let's get the interest rate sensitive sectors moving. Let's get that job creation machine moving. And that could be an offset to some of this other stuff. I think we're fighting an old battle, Sarah. We're fighting this inflation battle from the past that really is really a price level battle one. It's not an inflation battle, as you said in your opening segment. And we're kind of missing the forest for the trees on the labor market. I'm really optimistic on the returns for capital, earnings, S&Ps.
And probably stocks.
And stocks,
Yeah.
and I love that. I'm kind of worried about the swath or the path of creative destruction.
Cycle is trying to build higher. I just need more confirmation
is going to leave in the labor
MACD
market.
is trying to build. The bulls are trying.
Like
it's just
they
have been continuously cycling it lower.
Part of this. And as the Secretary
I just
of the
need
Treasury
some
said, I think the number is something like 88% of all stock value is owned by 10 or 12% of the
MACD is coming
population,
back.
kind of consistent with
It
your
is so oversold.
BA chart
It's just slightly
earlier.
weak.
That's got
There's so many bears to burn here,
people
so
have to
maybe
feel part of this
they do it again like
productivity
yesterday.
story.
or
Otherwise, we're going to have a bunch of Luddites burning
Monday,
the
but I don't want to just go on
Jones
that
did a piece
alone.
about,
That
the
shit is too
political
risky
left
to do
beginning
that
to
shit
push back
alone.
on the
Right
AI
now,
build-out.
they would have flown
You think
already.
that picks up steam? I mean, there's an argument.
I do.
They come to town. This is going to take your water. It's going to jack up your utility bill.
Yesterday,
and it might
though,
put you out
that
of work.
spike at
Stanberg
midday,
in Virginia,
11:30, I think,
in
or
Virginia,
it's
which has been a big
confused
data
a
center
lot of people.
I think it's real, and I think the administration
Midday,
a
they did
notice
something
on
crazy.
Tuesday that it's real, and we're going to see hopefully some pivoting. Hopefully,
It's great cycling, but still, they went super. They actually broke the floor on QQQ, did it on SPY, so the most lowest they could go, basically.
Folks like Kevin Hassett, a real supply-sider in the way he thinks, will be sympathetic to the idea that this is supply-side driven growth, which really is disinflationary, and it's very important to think about these labor market consequences, which could be negative.
It's so obvious to you, and yet there is real debate inside the Fed right now, and dissenters and even Fed Chair Powell, I know he was trying to reflect sort of the discussion at the Fed, said that December's not even a certainty.
It doesn't surprise me. The Fed underbelly, the staff.
All right, the bears are still here. I just
and
I'm not
demand
going
siders. They're not really supply side thinkers.
Watching.
The good news, we have some changes coming. I think those are more supply side driven. But it's going to be hard to move that Fed. By the way, Greenspan, I think, was really at the forefront of this in the 90s when we had, the productivity miracle, the new paradigm, a lot of supply side thinking. There it wasn't as just job destructive, though, at that time. Even though people talked about it, it didn't end up being that job destructive. This productivity story feels a little
But are you not
negative.
at all worried that the bulk of the inflation still is in the services part of the economy, and if they do go easier, there is this fear that they can reignite? I mean, if they stimulate demand, then they reignite the services inflation, which is really what the trouble they got into in the last few years.
I think a lot of that core number is in housing services. A lot of that has not been coming as quickly as we thought, but is in the pipeline and is really going to hit in 2026. We're seeing it in a lot of the micro data. I don't worry about it. I mean, I'll always worry about it in the back of my mind, but I think it wouldn't stop me. And I always think, Sarah, if for some reason we overstimulate.
Wind direction showing south from 9:30 to 11:10, and time is 11:25. So 15 minutes. Cycle is trying to go north, but that shows that the whole entire day. All right, market having difficulty. Bulls are still trying though. MACD is coming back bullish. I mean, I would like to see a nice recovery right here to somewhere here, but Those are nasty. IWM already bought back almost literally all its oversold. It's on the 1.5 looking completely different. It's an algo range, possibly playing. Let's see if the candles and the volume stack right here. The bulls are trying to push it higher than this cycle. Cycle is extending past 1120, trying right now. QQQ is actually already gone. All right, IWM is the only. Why is IWM looking like that? All right, I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio. If you can hit the like button on the video, I'd very much appreciate that, folks. We are at 160 people. We have 60 likes. Hit the likes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Hit the likes. Time is 11:30. 11:25 pulled back. 11:30 showing candles arc. That was a confirmation long into 11:30 at the minimum. Volume MACD is helping. Not too bullish, but it is coming. QQQ is leading. QQQ is leading. QQQ. Now, what is right? QQQ or IWM? 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. 15 minutes. Right, bears are slightly getting the treatment here. Right, all these bears. Because if you look at the entire day, it's 1/3, 2/3, and then 3/3. So we're gonna draw a bigger box. Man, that is actually turning into a scary, scary bear trap. Let's see. And a rejection at 11:30. Cycle is being created here. There's an algo range here, so right, confirmation maybe at the algo range too. Try higher or what? There's no cycle confirmation rejection. No cycle confirmation yet. Going higher. Market trying to build in this 25 seconds. It looks like candle is squeezing. That's squeezing. Doji candle. Doji candle turning into a communist bullish candle. Squeezing. All these bears are stuck right now. All these bears are in trouble. From 10:32, 11:10, they're getting cooked. They're getting cooked. IWM. IWM looked weak and is catching up crazy right now. Breaking this cycle in literally 2 minutes. This is bullish. Bulls are the ones that are in power from 11:10 showing. Looks like into 11:30. Time is 11:31. 11:32 is still 11:30. So this is bull power, a bull cycle into, let's see what. Oh my God, candles coming in stacking. But this is how they do. Every single time they go long, right? They just do it super slow and they come in consistently. They do it so damn slow, but they do it nice and consistently. Nice and consistent. 11:10, 11:10, 11:15, 11:20, 11:25, 11:30. That's 20 minutes. That's 20 minutes now. Right. IWM is actually reverting to. Things are saying IWM was trapping, and now things are saying this is now in a bullish move. Right, it was oversold on the 5 and it's slowly catching up, hooking now too. Wow. The 5-minute MACD coming in nice and thick in the last 5 minutes. The last 5 minutes, so 11:20 to 11:30. Great. Great candles. $11.35. All right, this is the 3/3 bullish cycle. They could pull back a little bit and then go higher too. All right, let's see what happens. 11:35. All right, just because we draw the 3/3 does not mean it's gonna reject right here and then go, oh, test the LOD. It literally just means this is the 3/3. It could reject and create a cycle to go higher or lower, and then that will determine where we even are to even decide to go higher or lower. So 11:35. One single red candle. No confirmation, nothing. Market is evaluating. Oof.
AI stocks might mean that
This is House to vote on bill shut down
by the
around.
Day 43 of the government shutdown. House leaders are expected to vote on the continuing resolution that passed the Senate. And joining us now, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. Majority Leader, it's good to have you on. Good morning. Thank you.
Good to be back. Thanks for having me.
I've seen it a few times where they asked Speaker Johnson about it, and I don't know, people run with, you know, if it bleeds, it leads. And I guess he didn't answer, oh, yeah, it's a done deal. It's definitely going to happen. They try to instill a little bit of uncertainty about whether it's all going to go smoothly. Is it going to go smoothly? Will it be today?
It's going to be today. We'll start the process probably around 4, 5 o'clock. The actual vote on the bill to fund the government will probably come later around 7 o'clock after all the debate. There'll be, I'm sure, a good, thorough debate. But it's so important that this gets done. We've been trying to end the shutdown for over a month now. And look, I think some Democrats still want to play games and inflict pain on families across America, but we've got enough, luckily, 8 in the Senate. You know, we may get a few more than that in the House who want to end this madness and just let people get back to their lives, stop holding hostages. We still have differences we need to negotiate. That's going to go on, but don't hold the American people hostage. It's been a ridiculous shutdown. It's time to end.
I've watched things in sort of, it's very puzzling to me when I've seen leaders of the Democrats say, we are not going to accept this. We are going to keep fighting to keep the government closed, which is just, I wonder whether they hear themselves saying we're going to keep fighting, we're going to keep fighting to keep the government closed. And they know full well what's happening at airports, what's happening with SNAP, what's happening with air traffic controllers, salaries, government workers. They know full well. It's very strange to be in that position. How do they justify that?
Yeah, they know that this is inflicting pain on millions of Americans. And are they not listening to those people? And these aren't the millionaires and the billionaires that they love deriding every day. This is the least amongst us. You know, SNAP recipients, low-income families who really need those food stamps. It's going to be our men and women in uniform, air traffic controllers who work incredibly stressful jobs and now have to also go drive an Uber shift just to make ends meet because the bills are still due, just because Democrats shut the government down. And they don't care that they're inflicting pain on people.
Yep.
It's madness. But it's going to end today, hopefully, and let's move on.
I mean, what's two votes, and even with the new representative that's been sworn in, if the margin remains the same, and you have no doubt that that Speaker Johnson has the votes.
Algo ranging at 10:35.
You still see the Democrat leadership.
Bulls are trying to push off this algo range.
Last night they were in the Rules Committee till 1:30
volume
in the morning,
is still
trying to bring amendments
bullish.
to do things like gut the $50 billion rural
territory
hospital fund.
Since
What does that have to do
11:10.
with any of these fights? And how's that going to help any family to hurt rural hospitals? They are a rudderless ship.
3:30 is trying to be extended right now. This is 11:40.
All they know is they want to wreak havoc on the American economy and hold Americans hostage. And I think the American people are sick of it. And it's going to end today. We just need a few Democrats to join with us. I think we'll get that. And then we'll move on to
territory
a lot of other things we have to do.
Brought back most things.
That is interesting. The midterms are coming up already. People
I wanted to wait for more bigger confirmation, but they already did from 681. It looks like that was literally.
How the two parties are going to be viewed in hindsight as time goes by. I can tell you, I looked at something this morning, and I made the reference that AI, roughly half the time, it's wrong, but I looked at something that was trending. It said the government's set to reopen after a Republican
cycles
bill
are different on QQQ and SPY.
Care, Obamacare credits that they finally voted. They were unable. They finally were able to pass that with help from Democrats. A Republican bill.
There could be a little trap here too. Looks like.
So that's on AI, and then so people read that. The public,
and that's inaccurate, but that's
totally.
And then that must be true.
And they ask the public whose fault it is, and the public has just read that Republicans are cutting health care benefits, and then they say that they're on Democrats, and then the same
trading view always freezes for me.
Why is that? To say that more people think it's Republicans' fault. It's just like this weird
and those
circular.
Those COVID health benefits, the subsidies they're talking about, that go to insurance companies, were set up by Democrats, not Republicans, to be temporary. Democrats are the ones who set them up to expire. They never wanted them to go on beyond COVID. And yet now they're saying that's
off
what the
of
shutdown's about.
11:39,
Why were they trying to gut the $50 billion rural
confirmation,
hospital fund last night?
just off the algo range.
It's not 20 million people.
Guys, let's hit the like button, please. Please. All right, half the people watching not hitting the like button at least every day. Rejection trying confirmation off of 11:40 on the Qs. The bulls are now in danger. They're not hitting VWAP, using the algo range to chop it up or to reject or something. I am chilling. Russell is broke out trying to just slight pullback. Everything just slight pullback. If that really breaks at 682.31, then it would signify the bears are still here. Man, very important what happens right now. The MACD is, oh my god, the IWM looking crazy. Very, very important happens right now. All right, going into midday, even going into 1 p.m. looks like whatever's happening right now, very important. Yeah, government shutdown is at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so like 3 hours after market closes, I guess they're using the Whitehouse news as a catalyst as well as the government shutdown to do. always important to look at the higher time frame. Crazy bullish off of Friday. Friday lows. Everybody and their mother went 600. Jeez. Oh my lord. Minute. Gap filled. Man, it's looking like the 2 hour. It's looking like it's very important to focus and to see what's going on. This could be the top for a day or two. This could be the top into already. But it was the top, that is for certain. Into 11:10. We just ran back up into the algo range that we set earlier in the day. So if that algo range breaks higher, that would be true confirmation that it is turning bullish, honestly. If the higher time frame breaks out above these algo ranges and closes above there, 621.28. SPY has not reached the previous algo ranges either. Things are bouncing because it's super at the floor, it's super oversold, but it's not saying it's gonna run yet. Right, this is why I wanted to wait for a cycle confirmation or bigger things. Alright, that could have been a real quick nice two off of 681 to 683. Let's see how that did. 681 to 683. Alright, let's see how this cycle builds. Alright, algo range is breaking lower right now. The bears are stepping it back up. Alright, the bulls are in danger off of 1140. There's a divergence on this cycle. Right? They could bull trap off this. Looks like a bull trap. Alright. Okay, now shorts look terrible. Honestly, yeah, I'm not going and chasing on that shit. Holy fuck. 1145 bouncing. It's dangerous. What's going on? Do they run on this or do they barcode on this? They're certainly showing run, but they could barcode here. The bulls are in danger unless they regain this algo range. I'm not chasing this shit though. That's what I said on the WhatsApp group at 11:44 2 minutes ago. We'll see what happens. Whoa. Damn. Okay. Oh, literally. Wow. Oh my fucking god. FOMO. That was crazy. Alright, hit the like button, folks. Hit the like button. Thank you very much. Holy fucking FOMO, I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking for a long opportunity later, and this is going lower and lower right now. Alright, I literally said in the WhatsApp group, bulls are trapped short term at 11:44 a.m. Shorts look great. I'm not going in chasing. And then they dropped it fucking crazy in 2 minutes. So I'm not gonna lie though, that candle looked crazy. Right? I said that candle could either chop or it's showing people bullish, but they are dropping it to the floor right now. Breaking the LOD almost. And this is full on bull trap. They're going fucking lower. Disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting. Maybe I'll I could scalp here for a minute. Fuck. Yeah, nah. I'm okay. That's crazy though. LOD breaking right now. That is absolute. Oh my lord. What the fuck? 3-minute candle, right? That could have been easy 2K. I would have been done. What the fuck? No. That is $1.50 680.54 maybe. LOD is broken on SPY. QQQ is testing the floor. That is some power. Look at the MACD. Look at the MACD. Right? Full on bears. This is full on bear control since the confirmation, right? I said there's a confirmation at 1140, confirmation going lower at 1140, right? And then I said here at 1145 the bulls are stuck and bulls are trapped, right? Off of what? The confirmation, the fucking mountain, and now they are at the floor. Holy crap. All right, let's see where they bounce, right? I want to see a nice bounce, but not until the market bounces will I ever say there's a fucking bounce. So I'm talking about a big or medium term, right? This is why I wanted to wait for a really big confirmation or a really, really big setup, because the setup right now is literally being used to go lower to who knows when. 1150. That is nasty. LOD. 1150 LOD. Wow, let's do a poll, guys. I think it's time to do a poll, right? They could bear trap crazy right now. Why? There's a ton of bears here. There's a ton of bears here. They are making a new floor and they could bear trap. So let's do a poll. Who thinks this is going to go higher? Who thinks this is going to go lower? Right? If you think 680 is coming, say 680. If you think VWAP's coming, say VWAP. Right? Let's see. Cycle it bounced from 1110 into 1140. 1140 rejected into 1150. 1150 is trying a bounce into 1150 itself on IWM. Market has gone lower and lower and lower all day long using the futures grind down lower technique from 930 continuously through every single bull pop, even this one. And now They're bouncing. I feel like this is too early, but we'll see. All right, I'm still chilling on the sidelines. Okay. There's a lot of bears here, though. Let's see. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio. We have 8 people saying VWAP, 2 people LOD in the WhatsApp group. Mike says lower, so LOD or something. Chris says higher. Dave says 680. Blaze says 685. So higher than VWAP. And the day, 680 VWAP and higher. So we're slightly mixed. But 50-50, right? More people saying lower on the YouTube chat. More people saying higher in the WhatsApp group. Alright, I'm sending the SPX put to call ratio right now. It is filled to the brim with puts and calls. So we just went through a mountain and a valley. Time is 11:52. Going into midday. Let's hit the like button, folks. Please, please. We have 163 people, and we have the White House coming live in about 1 hour. Please hit the like button. Help me get the likes to over 100, 120, 130 today, so that we could get more viewers to find the channel through the YouTube algorithm. God bless every one of you. God bless every, one of you, wherever you are in this world. Hopefully you are having a beautiful morning. It is a little bit chilly where I'm at. Hopefully it's not too chilly where you are. Or if you like chill stuff, hopefully you're having a beautiful morning, right? Cycle is creating. There is barely any cycle confirmation to go higher right now. This is bear territory. They just made the floor at 1050. They're bouncing at 1050 and rejecting at 1050. They need to cycle confirm to bear trap here or not. They cycle confirmed to bull trap here. They cycle confirmed with the difference to bull trap here at 1035, 1040 when it looked super bullish with the MACD and the volume, right? It wasn't that much, but like still it was, right? So let's see, right? It was the most bullish of the day. The volume and the MACD did come in into the super end with the little difference, but they got used. The MACD and volume got used at the tippity end. And now let's see. We need a cycle confirmation to say it is doing anything. QQQ has went from 625 to 617. Nasty. Nasty work. That is already a fucking dump. I think SPY was at 684, 683. That is disgusting. We were at 684.84. I can't even fucking believe how I was low-key wanting 680, but like I literally could not sit through the whole entire morning cycle, right? That could have trapped at any point. So all I could technically do was little scalps here and there. And now I am okay, to be honest. Right, unless there's some huge thing happening here. Right?
Taxes.
It says reality is checking up for AMD. The street is impressed. That is what the market's saying. What they want us to talk about.
News this hour that Anthropic will spend $50 billion to build out AI infrastructure nationwide. It's the latest eye-popping number in the AI spending race, and it comes on a big day for another AI name. That's AMD, leading the S&P this morning. 10% gain after the chip maker projected 35% annual revenue growth and $1 trillion market
They don't want us to talk about Palantir either.
Joining us this morning, Patrick Moorhead, founder and CEO of More Insights and Strategy. Patrick, it's great to have you. I wonder if we can maybe tackle Lisa's
another measured move down almost.
First.
This is super.
The argument's been made that they had prior forecasts that seemed cartoonish at the time and actually ended up being pretty right.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The company got re-rated during the big OpenAI deal, and post Financial Analyst Day, we're looking at an average increase of about $11 on that. Around $295. So
market is
I think
cycling
the reality
at
check
the floor.
Is catching up.
There could be another small cycle confirmation to go long here. There is a possibility.
55
Market
to 58% gross margins or the 35% operating margins, the street is definitely
because the market is telling me.
Do you think she deserves to be fielded with questions about accounts receivable?
Cycle is going higher off of 1150.
So I think it's
time
a
is
bit
12
unfair,
and 5
but
seconds.
I think financial analysts need to ask those questions. And I think her and Jensen are getting very similar questions
12 o'clock
around
candle coming
how
in.
is everybody going to pay for that? And that gets to the conversation.
MACD coming in
I
up
think,
and down like a wave. This is
had
why it
when I
was so
in
scary
the
yesterday, because
studio
they
a few
went up
weeks back,
crazy
which is
midday
all
and then they
around,
popped
is this
it
a
down to
bubble,
the floor and then they ran
is
up.
This,
so
is this not? Is this
you
just
know,
a
is some small version of that going to happen again or what?
Although we're obviously increasingly dependent on debt issuance, as we've graduated from the cash flow story.
Thank you. Those of you that have hit the like button, thank you very much. We are at 80 likes. If you are a new watcher, hit the subscribe button. And
the questions are going to get a lot deeper and a lot sterner and more direct once we go from free cash flow
time is 12.
to debt.
1157 candle is stacking right now. Cycle confirmation is going long off of 1155 into 12. MACD is going bullish again. Like yesterday, it's risky as fuck for me when they go up and down. But I mean, there are a lot of bears to trap here. I'm just chilling. Why? It's only midday, 12 o'clock. Whitehouse press coming on at 1. There's a lot of time. In my opinion,
they're forecasted
I am
at least the next 3 years to be as large as
time on my side.
That is a very good sign. I'm very enthused about Microsoft and the numbers that they're putting
I'm going
up
short.
that are not
1K
just
short SPY.
infrastructure related. It relates to their ability to drive Copilot, ServiceNow, and IBM as well. These are all very good signs.
I'm going to leave in a minute or two. Risk is crazy.
More scrutiny on how
I wanted to wait for long until later, but honestly,
how do you do that when two of the biggest spenders are big private companies?
Yeah, I think the way that's done is them being more direct in how this is going to be funded. I think the interview that Sam Altman
one more
had,
candle, please.
Last week really kicked
time
this
is
off.
11:59.
Unclear how this would all be funded.
I did not leave in that spike.
CFO gets on and
this could be a
sort
big
says,
bear trap.
Hey, we would like government funding, but we
candles coming in crazy right now. Honestly, this is a chase long and a chase short. Candles coming in.
That in with SoftBank.
Candles coming in chase long, candles coming in chase short.
Cautious overall AI market.
It could chase here. That's the highest probability. Or it could make a new low and then boom up into news or something. Or it could bear trap right here, right now, and then boom up.
A longer discussion about depreciation, which gets into some very deep accounting issues and how much is riding on all of that, Patrick. But we'll save it for next time. Thanks for the help. Good to see you.
Your marketing, sales, and HR
Whitehouse coming on live at 1.
Approved content made by the creative team.
Someone said President Trump is speaking at 1. I don't know about that. Is he? I did not see any news. I'm up $40, $70. Come on, give me one spike. One fucking spike. Man, this is not a decision candle. This is a hope candle almost. Spending a lot of time. 12 midday. It's not good. They're playing at the floor. This is 3/3. about to go flying or dumping or what? I can't even say bears are coming. This is just showing bearish near the floor. No confirmation. Just flickering crazy. Time is 12:05 and 45 seconds. About to book $100. It's just scary as fuck. Time is 12:05 in 7 seconds here. 5, 4, 3, 2. I'm leaving right now. I don't care. $1,320. All right, I'm out. I'm out. Let's go. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'm taking a little some. 12:05. That's a huge candle they're playing with. They could fucking trap this shit big time right here. Until that really breaks, it's not really breaking. There's no confirmation lower too. This is just straight up trolling. Wasting time, not going higher, but barcoding, but not, I don't even know if it's going lower or not, but I'm leaving. Screw that. Time is 12:05. Alright, I need more confirmation to even think about a long here, but they're just constantly rejecting. Just candles coming in, spiking. That is terrifying, and it's bouncing. It's QQQ creating a wedge. SPY creating a wedge in a flag. Right? Higher time frame. Let's see. Barcoding like big time right now. Barcoding like big time. No bulls, no bears in control. This is an area of contentiousness, this purple box. To be honest, it's looking like it. It's looking not that great for 1 hour. So we're going to draw a purple box here. We will delete it if it is irrelevant. There was a purple box that we were playing with earlier, and then we let go of it, and then we went to go test somewhere at the bottom, and then we just dropped back again, and then we're in some sort of range locked area here. So 682, 681.62, and a bear trap is building right now off of 12:05 for 3 minutes, 2 minutes. That is crazy. Right, that candle is turning into a chase candle. I got in somewhere here, but that shit is literally, this is small cycling, and this is dangerous stuff almost. MACD is coming in. Lightning speed building whatever it wants. Just 12:05. Algo range at 12 as well, and QQ. Thank you so much, those that have hit the like button before. We are at 170 likes. Thank you. And hey, please keep hitting the like button, those that have not hit the like button already. And if you are a new watcher, thank you so much for hitting the subscribe button. But do hit the like button. That helps out so much. Thank you so much. Bulls are building candle after candle. Time is 12:10 in 1 minute. All right, the cycle is now showing. Okay, I'm gonna delete these smaller cycles. All right, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, from Friday lows into today morning, right? Today morning, push lower into 1150, 1150, bouncing for 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes trying. That's what it's showing. That is the double dip, right? They went double down lower, and there's a ton of bears here. I just didn't want to take the chance, but honestly, that was a great opportunity showing until at least until here. I just don't know if this could turn into a bear trap, a bull trap again, but honestly, this turned into a bear trap, right? So bear trap, bull trap, bear trap, bull trap. It's technically trapping everyone. It's just cycling. That does not mean this is going to go lower again. That just means it has done that. So let's just acknowledge it did that. Acknowledge it went lower, higher, lower, higher, burning the bears in the 3/3, burning the bulls in the 3/3, burning the bears in the 3/3, right? So that's just something what has happened since at least into 11, somewhere 11:30. So we'll see. Time is 12:10. Right, nothing is really happening too fast. Nothing is really flying or dropping crazy. Nothing is really going on its own, running away like crazy. It is okay to be okay and to watch the market do what it does sometimes. That is a-okay. The market going up and down today, though. This is why it's so terrifying to even think about holding all this shit into all this, because that is literally hope. Until it happens, it does not happen, and then when it's happening, it only happens for that, and then changes, and then every day. So MACD RSI trying to come back from oversold territories, right? I think the bears are in danger now, right? Or does this reject again here? I mean, it's really now or never to trap all these bears. This is the second pop up. This is the second pop up. The only thing is that 680.54 might be a number they might be targeting with this Whitehouse news or something, whatever they're doing when it comes out. $12.10 is rejectioning again. There's higher time frame confirmation rejection, but there's no smaller cycle rejection here anymore, just like it was here. This is purple boxing. Right. Intraday, I'll go range locked. Range or box is being played right now, it looks like. Man, everyone's trapped, huh? Bulls trapped, bears trapped, bulls trapped, bears trapped, or not bears trapped yet, but like they're in the purple box, just deciding until one side is wrong, right? What do you guys think? Let everybody just say, right? This is a bear trap. This is a bull trap. Just type what you think. Let's see it right now, right? Let's just see it. Just type whatever the hell you want. Or you could even say all trap. All right. All right, 6 people saying bear trap in the WhatsApp group. No one says bull trap. Blaz says bear trap. DSD says bear trap. Dave says all trap. Nazir says bear. Bear trap. Like a whooshing, like a bear trap. What are we thinking? Chris says bear trap. All right, so everybody thinking bear trap. No bull trap. I honestly kind of agree too. I'm wanting to see a bear trap here, but like, right? MACD is coming back being bought. Every time they do go up, they do it so damn slow. It's almost so damn scary. And then it's only when they break the roof and then it's extending 3/3 is it kind of safe, right? 1/3, 2/3, right? And then they broke it 3/3, right? So somewhere here to forever was safe, and then now it's 1/3, 2/3, and then trying to bounce. So risk is a little bit there. It's not like yesterday or Monday is what I'm seeing. Yesterday or in Monday was a right. I literally deducted before they even did it that they were maybe gonna extend the go after HOD break, but now this is pulling back from 9:30 into 11:50, and 11:50 is bouncing into 12:15. One person voted bull trap. 8 people voted bear trap. John says bear trap. Jewel says bear trap. West Coast says bear trap. John says bear trap. House getting ready to vote. Question afternoon pump on. What the? Bear Chow says bear trap. So like we have like 14 people saying bear trap, and we have one person saying bull trap. So we're about to find out in 15-20 minutes, right? Midday, 12:30ish, before even the Whitehouse news comes on. That is a crazy statistics. That is a crazy statistics. I'm not gonna lie though, like it was a bear trap off of this 11:45 into 12:15. That's literally 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes. I don't know about more, you know what I mean? That's what I want to know. It's already been 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes, technically. Algo range created. Market slowly deciding. Slowly. Man, it is really, 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 really bear trap showing. It is going off the 5-minute candles now. MACD is coming in bullish. Building off the 11:50 low. Nice. Nice. Wow. So the most of the people were right. Right? It is turning into a huge, huge, at least off of 11:50 bear trap. Big time. Right? They double dipped this thing. Big time. Into 12:15. Wow. That is looking crazy. I want to see what happened to the calls from the bottom of 11:50 right now, man. The market is forming a huge W, or did. Right? I want to see how the calls did. 1.6 to 1.53. Not bad. That's like 50%, but not bad. But did get drained all day long, so man. Alright, it formed a huge W and now is deciding what to do at the end of that W. Most of the people were right for at least 5-10 minutes though. The thing went super fast in 1, 2, 3 minutes. Big green candles into 12:15. 12:15 is rejection trying into 12:20 with no confirmation going back into the purple box. So the bulls are in danger here again after the bears got completely crushed out. So the market moving super fast here. Right, this is a purple box fake out breakout basically. Higher time frame shows. I'm going short 1K. I'm targeting the bottom of the purple box. I'm gonna leave. I'm not even looking for a breakdown. Shit literally greed. Crazy ass candle. One more candle, please, and bear trap it. Come on, one more fucking candle. I wanted to exit here, but candle's fucking flying right now, honestly. I'm playing in the purple box, something that I do not want to do. Bears are showing for one more minute here. Fuck. Oh my god, please let me out. Please, 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 please. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Bottom of the purple box. Bottom of the purple box. Oh god. Time is 12:20. That cycle is so fucking crazy. Is this a huge bear trap or what? That could have been a huge bear trap, but now chopping. Crazy chopping. Look at this. Right? You got to be careful here. 11:45 bounce to. 11:50 bounce to. 12:15. 12:15 is. Could bear trap the crap out of everybody. Or, holy shit. IWM bugging out. IWM bugging out. Gap down, gap filled, and then push lower. That could be a huge bear trap. Or what? Man. It's going up, down, up, down, up, down. This thing going up, down, up, down, up, down. This thing going up, down, up, down, up, down. Like, it's about to fly or drop like crazy. Fly coming crazy. I think I'm about to get trapped on these candles alone. Candles alone. Oh, shh. Yeah, this is a crazy chop, man. What's getting destroyed? The calls or the puts or all of them? Wow. Man, nasty bear trap. Wow. Nasty ass bear trap. This thing fucking just went super down and then super up, like a wedge created in between two. Crazy, man. Holy. The bulls are strong. Are they about to melt this shit? Like, oh my god. 30 minutes, Whitehouse coming live. I'm not gonna lie, this is fucking terrifying. It's dropping fast. We are very close to VWAP rather than LOD. So much closer to VWAP rather than LOD now. Oh my god. I wanted one red candle somewhere here or somewhere down there and then something, but like, oh my god, now I am completely trapped in a different cycle. Some different cycle that I'm not expecting. Completely different. Right? It's literally doing the exact opposite of what I'm thinking, but just up and down now. That's crazy. 1220 rejecting. 1220 bounced. Something unstable going on here. Right, unless this is a super bear trap. That is possible. There's so many bears here to cook. All these bears probably to cook. Man, I literally got candled. And bulls are trying to break out of the range on SPY. Purple box is like, are we going or no? Are we going or no? For 10 minutes now. Crazy candles coming at the top of the purple box here. Yeah, never mind. Fuck. Dot. Bear trap. Crazy trying. I wanted to desay if it goes into the purple box, but I might not. Risk crazy, so. There could be a cycle confirmation here. There could not be. It's just sideways. It is sideways. The Whitehouse is coming live in about 30 minutes. Thank you so much, those of you that have hit the like button, so far. We are at 190 people.
More on the
It
market
is only
as we await
possible.
the House vote today on a bill that
People
could
like
end
you.
the shutdown.
Thank you so
Let's bring in
much.
Raymond James
Please hit
CEO
the like
Paul
button
Shoukry.
if
It's
you
great to
have
have
not
you,
already.
Paul.
Thank you
Welcome.
so much.
Great to be here on the NYSE.
Yeah, so how are you feeling about the overall market these days? We're sort of waiting for the end of the shutdown, waiting to see about the AI trade after last week was a little bit bumpy. Where do you think things stand?
Yeah, I mean, there's always uncertainty, and so the markets, the Dow finished at a record high yesterday, and so we're optimistic about the economy long term. As we look into next year, we think lower rates and tax cuts will be a tailwind. So we're looking at 2% GDP growth, and yeah, we're very optimistic about the economy and the markets going forward.
I mean, this is sort of your sector. We were just talking about some of these bank CEOs going to Washington to dine with the president. What do you think the message from Wall Street should be?
Yeah, it's not too late to invite me. I could still fly to D.C. after this, but yeah, I'm not sure what
someone's watching.
Yeah, not sure what the message is going to be, frankly, but I know we're all waiting for more on deregulation and more balanced regulation for the industry.
Is it happening yet, the deregulation?
There's a lot of guidance coming out.
There's an algo range here at 1220.
Real rule changes, we haven't seen anything just yet, but it's still early, in the grand scheme of things.
What do you want to see?
Well, some of the regulations post the recession that impacted banks for the asset thresholds, for example, they haven't even been indexed to inflation. So some of those rules that can be indexed to inflation, we're at $80 billion at Raymond James of assets. There's a whole new set of rules that happen at $100 billion. That $100 billion threshold was established, over a decade ago, and so having some adjustments for that just to be indexed for inflation would be a great relief for us, for example.
So, I mean, overall, the market, the environment, the operating environment, what's been happening to assets? The stock has done very well over the last few years.
Yeah, well, we released earnings for our fiscal year two weeks ago. We finished with record client assets of $1.7 trillion. Revenues were up 10% from last year's record to just over $14 billion for the fiscal year. Consumer sentiment is very strong. Exposure to the equity markets is near all-time high. Now, we don't have the volatility that the e-brokers have. We're a financial planning organization, so it's been relatively stable. But the engagement in the equity markets is strong, and client sentiment.
If the purple box breaks down with the higher candle, that's confirmation. Right? If the candle breaks above this algo range, that's confirmation they want to go higher.
If we see more spread volatility, I mean, we're almost near a multi-decade tight spread environment now, and that's pretty unusual. We were just meeting with our corporate bond trading team actually downtown last night. That joined the Raymond James family 3 or 4 years ago, and it's a tough environment given how tight spreads have been and how low volatility has been.
MACD and RSI trying to pull it down.
Normal, I would say more normal to have
still in a bullish
bit
cycle
spreads and more spread volatility than we've had over the past
from
year.
I mean, I'm just trying to think, what kinds of catalysts would you imagine might widen that?
Just natural volatility around, we had some rumors come out, or some issues come out in the loan markets, fraud related a few weeks ago. Raymond James wasn't involved in those particular loans, but that created some near-term spread volatility. So, the credit environment has been near record good credit levels over the last 15 years, and it's not going to be a surprise to me over the next 5 to 10 years if we see more credit issues, which banks reserve for. I mean, we expect it, we price it out.
Yeah, we keep asking, where's the cycle?
Yeah. So, we don't try to time it. We make decisions over the next 5 to 10 years, and so we're not trying to time the cycle, but cycles will come, and we all know that, and we just don't know when it will come.
Oh, that's a big one.
Let's turn to the White House as well, where the president, as Sarah said, expected to host some high-profile Wall Street leaders for dinner tonight. For that, we'll turn to Eamon Javers. Morning, Eamon.
Yeah, good morning to you, Carl. We are expecting
if it flips this cycle up,
but the White House is not really
I would take a loss.
MACD
volume coming in bullish.
That they are hosting it with financial leaders from across the economy.
I'm playing the algo range of the purple
why
box.
they're doing this now, what particularly is on the agenda. But take a look at this list of some of the heavy hitters that we do expect reportedly to be there, including the CEOs of JP Morgan, the NASDAQ, Blackstone, Morgan Stanley, BlackRock, and Goldman Sachs. All of those leaders are expected to be here tonight. And this dinner comes at a time when the president is increasingly thinking about the issue of affordability, telling Fox News in an interview yesterday that he is prepared to lower some tariffs in order to make some products
all these bears are burning since the floor at 11:50, using candles and time at the minimum.
We're going to lower some tariffs. We're going to have some coffee come in. We're going to take care of all this stuff very quickly, very easily. It's surgical. It's beautiful to
Last
watch.
time this happened, the market was super bullish, remember? Last time President Trump hosted.
Now, we do expect some cameras to be allowed into this dinner tonight with the Wall Street executives, guys, so at least some portion of this
JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs this time. Last time it was all the tech companies, right? Meta, Apple, all that. Yeah, this is not the best. Not the best. Waiting though, patiently. This is the worst, actually. They're fucking waiting and waiting and waiting. Until, man, it looks like it could pop any minute. It really looks like it could pop or drop any minute. MACD and RSI is bullish territory right now. Bullish on the QQQs more than SPY. Are they waiting to push it up or drop it a little bit? Let's see. There's a humongous wedge on IWM. Alright. Humongous wedge being created on IWM. And let's see if the market squeezes higher. Right, the last 4 minutes, any one of these candles could have squeezed higher. It is constantly at the top of the purple box. The bulls, this is bull territory technically. The bulls have the power to push it higher here. Or not. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Damn. Come on, baby. This is now or never. Rejection here, or I'm just gonna call it 1235 bull territory. 5 minute is bullish right now. That is bullish. Wow, volume coming in super slow, but then that's how they do it. Running. 3/3 is being extended, cycle going higher. All these bulls are hurt from 1220. VWAP is. That's a big candle breaking away from the purple box as well. That's a big ass candle and a big ass cycle. Man. That's so fucked. I missed a long here, and now I'm fucking sitting here with a bullshit. Waiting for the rejection, but they're running now. They're running. Range broke. Wedge broke. VWAP broke. That is Super Bowls now. Fuck. Volume coming in crazy bullish now. My God. 1240. Candles are stacking and stacking and stacking. I just went down $600 in 5 minutes. Yo. Absolute cycle up. I'm still in profit for the day, but I need this shit to come into the purple box. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not fucking letting it go right now. So huge day turned into a bear trap though, off the double low. Right, huge W. And then a big red candle came, and then they bear trapped everything off that too. Since 1220. Trapped everything here. Double dip. Ah, fucking double dip. 1240. Man, they really are nuking. Bulls are. Wow. That is wow. Parade mode. Wow. Damn. I just got in this cycle, man. Flipping VWAP crazy. Calls are getting revived crazy now. This is 930 levels. This is crazy now. Look at the MACD. Super bullish. And that is some evil shit though. 1215. Low not breaking 1215. $12.20. Well, most of the people were right in the WhatsApp group and YouTube. Flipped VWAP from 680s. We're at 683. Jesus, super fast. Super fast. Wow. Now that's a fucking huge trap too. Wow. Man. I'm getting got right now. Insane candle. Insane running. Holy shit. This is higher than yesterday's high. Man. 683.21. Yo, that was a huge bull trap off of open and turning into a huge ass bear trap off the fucking literal floor. Oh my god. 3 days in a row. 3 days in a fucking row. Can you believe it? Nvidia, Meta, everything rallying from the ground. 1220. I'm holding until the purple box at the minimum. I'm not letting go in loss. I want my profit back and then I'll be done. Time is 20 minutes until 1 p.m. Whitehouse is coming live. There's no cycle confirmation rejection right now. This is bullish territory. MACD is just super overbought. It is trying to reject a little bit too. Cycle to decide what to do. There's probably a lot of people that chase calls. There's probably a lot of people trying to short the top of this cycle. So things are not dead.
Today, cryptocurrencies are in.
Sorry about that. Caroline Levitt coming live. Caroline Levitt. Man, this shit looks like it's about to burn into close.
one bag, infinite possibilities. Kate Spade.
This holiday season, every macro bar is more than just a snack. It's a gift to your body, to our planet, to others. When
Just want at least half back from this. I do not want everything back. Pull back a little bit. Holy. $12.15 bounce, $12.15 rejection, trying. Time is 12:50 in 22 seconds. The bears are coming back, trying. Getting stuck already. 12:40 into 12:45. MACD and the RSI is slightly pulling back bullish in the one, but this is still bull territory. Bull pushing from 11:50. It reached the midpoint on QQQ2. It has. Wow, it has reached the midpoint on QQQ. Whoa. Yeah. Not really, but. I'm adding 2K right now. Alright, risk is crazy, but I'm doing it. Please, purple box, come on. Man, I feel like it's about to bounce crazy right now. VWAP is trying to flip down. VWAP is flipping down. Thank God. Holy fuck. Thank fucking God. 12:50. I'm leaving half right now. Fuck it. 35 contracts out. I have 2.1K left. Fuck. Please, purple box. I got stuck here for 2K. I DCA'd like 2.2K or something. I just left half. Come on. Shit crazy. This shit is fucking crazy. This could still bear trap big time, but it's bull trapping big time off that spike up there. Right, now bear trap trying. Bull trap and a bear trap trying all at the same time. Bear trap trying. Please purple box me out. Come on. Fuck. This is crazy. Contract went from $1 to 50 cents to 86 cents to 70 cents to 80 cents to it's fucking crazy. Oh my god. Yo, the calls went from $1 to $2.40 to it's dropping crazy. Like, oh my god. Oh fuck. This is insane. Insane moves. Right, this is still more guaranteed bear trap, to be honest, hovering at the what the fuck is that? Oh my fuck. Stupid advertisement. Yo. I don't even know. It's hovering at 1250. This is the previous 4 p.m. close. Gap fill. Previous 4 p.m. close. Gap fill. Damn, I still have 25 contracts. 682, fuck. Cycle is building. 1250. Bounce to 1255. 1250. Actually bouncing to 1255. I'm speaking it into existence now. I'm literally speaking the bounce into existence. This cycle is cycling like crazy. Come on, break. If this low breaks at 1250, the bulls are in danger, and the bulls are stuck. Everybody, please do me a favor and hit the like button if you have not already. And those that have, hit the subscribe button. Thank you and welcome to the stream. I'm sorry, but that message gotta go. 1255. I'm about to just take my loss on SPY and be chilling. SPY is back red after trying green above the yesterday's 4 p.m. And the video popped and dropped, the video popped and dropped, the video popped and dropped. Palantir. That thing crazy. 169 to 194 to like what the fuck? 169 to 194 is extreme. That is what? 12% up in one day. Oh my lord. Cycle is trying bullish off of 1250. Alright, until the low of the 1250 candle breaks, all bears are in danger, and they are getting slaughtered since 1250, 5 minutes. It's fucking bouncing at the algo range too. Fucking earlier algo ranges. Fuck. These 35 contracts are actually getting shaken out now. I do not like this at all. Time is 1 p.m. Just moving crazy. Sorry, 25. They move crazy. 80 cents, 60 cents, 85 cents, 50 cents, $1. Like, what the fuck? They're about to drain this shit or put it back to like at least 90 or something. This is crazy. Bears are trapped right now. Bulls are slightly trapped off of 1240, not even much. Here comes a good afternoon. Here comes the good afternoon from Caroline. Wow, this is 10 a.m. This is 1 p.m. now. It's not even 12:55. Damn. If this algo range does not fake down, break down, I will just take the loss on the rest of my. Zero DTs right here. Holy candle going north. This is fucking holy candle stacking north.
All right, team, listen up. There's
How
a national
bullish.
blood shortage. Who's got donation ideas?
Since 11:50 double dip.
Chance of the
Like
president.
how fucking fast things change crazy.
Dude, that's so much cheese.
They
Save
change
lives and help win
crazy.
your school $1 million.
Wow. Bulls are super. Where do they even want to take this shit? Who even knows? But the free market high is standing as the high at 684. There is a divergence at the roof, so are they bringing it to the roof again? Wow. Who fucking knows? I low-key want to leave 0 DTs and go into 1 DTs. Like, this shit is fucking sad. Damn. I should have just fucking left everything on that spike down, but damn, what the fuck? Now it's literally cooking. Data cooking. Man, I feel like this is it for 0 DTEs. Just waiting 3 minutes, if not. Alright, Whitehouse live. Damn. It's getting worse and worse every minute. What the fuck?
I took control, went solo, and built my own online knife empire. I loved being a chef, but working in someone else's kitchen just wasn't cutting it for me. So I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them. Just like crafting the perfect knife, creating a polished website takes real precision. When you own the details, you own the results. Wix gave me that control. And the impact? Forbes 30 under 30, $1 million in revenue, and I'm just getting started. I don't just make knives, I forge my
105. Market is stuck. Market stuck. Some bullshit. Your risk is too crazy, so I'm just gonna book my 0 DT loss right now, and I'm going into 1 DT. Risk is too fucking much. Shit literally feels like fucking lottos now, so fuck. Let's see. Oh man. I'm in 683 1 DTs. I left my half of my 0 DTs. I fucking gave up on that. I should have just left everything out right after I DC'd and they popped down, but like I just cannot fucking risk it on 0 DTs right now. Let's look at the higher time frame. Market trying to bounce, recover, all of the above since 1150 low. Chart loves to be frozen. Fuck is this shit? Oh my god. Let's do a poll, folks, right? Do you guys think the market's going to close green? Or do you think the market's going to close red? Right? We're doing a poll. Everybody do a poll. Oh, shit. Fuck 0 DT. Fucking bastards. Fucking dirty bastards. But, right, this is the previous 4 p.m. previous day. Right? 4 p.m. Right? Anything above this is green. Anything below this is red. Fucking bastards. They really shook me out 0 DT. I'm not gonna lie. They are right now green by 29 cents. QQQ is red still. And IWM is green by 4 cents here. IWM chart fucking broken. Time is 1:10. Look at how dirty slow things are too. Fucking data burn it all or something. Anything down there. $12.40. 1. Creating a wedge. $12.50. They're creating a wedge until they do something here. You could see a wedge being built. still bullish territory, even though the MACD is still going slightly bearish since 105. This could be a confirmation at 105. We might find out into 103. Right? If the candle starts stacking here, they might go red. Right? They're trying to go red right now. Right? It's red. IWM red, SPY red, not by 20 cents. Not by 20 cents. Fighting for its life right here. 110 bouncing. Still green. It bounced right on it. Bouncing at 110, I guess the bulls are saying, stop it. We are staying green for now. Cycle is saying north from Friday into today morning. Wind direction was south from 9:30 into 11:50. Wind direction is north or neutral from 11:50 until the cycles, and the time confirmation says we are no longer. Market is more closer towards the roof right now than the floor that we made at 12:50. So if we do not break the roof into tomorrow, this is roof hoping. If we do break the roof into tomorrow, or it could happen into Friday, all this would be floor, or this is floor hoping, floor, yeah. So QQQs hitting the downward trend line and also bouncing. Something going on different. So QQQ also 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 into Friday, then 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 into 11:50, 11:50 into 1 p.m. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Wedge is now being broken up. Bulls are winning. Bulls are smiling. The bears are crying. At least for now. Time is 1:15. Everybody make sure you say good afternoon or good morning, Caroline, when she comes on. And please make sure you hit the like button on the live stream. Thanks. QQQ is trying to take off. QQQ is the one that's red today. So if QQQ somehow goes to 621.74, it'll turn green. SPY is already green. NVIDIA is already green. humongous W. Literally, W. And then a little W here too. Little W here too. And a wedge being broken upwards. So whether this is fake out, breakout, or what, we're about to find out. Or this is breakout. Time is 1:20. Man, my 1DT low-key burning on this shit too. Not gonna lie, they are. Coming back with the pullback pump yet again. 3 days in a row, maybe. Holy I don't want to say the word shite, but we're at 684. We were at 681. we were at 681. Do you guys remember? We were at 681 at 11:50 in 11:50. Absolute. Time is 1:20. We just went up $3.80 in like 1 hour. 2 hours and 1 hour and a half. Hour and a half. Wow. Guys, hit the like button. Thank you all so much. Please hit the like button. If you are a new watcher, make sure you hit the subscribe button. What we do on this channel is best analyze the intraday stock market using cyclical analysis, time confirmation, fundamental analysis, and more to find the real direction, the trend direction, right? And what we found in the morning was that the wind direction was full on south from 9:30 all the way into 11:50. The wind direction is north or neutral from 11:50 until the time confirmation says it no longer is. The time cycle confirmation is saying the bulls are winning right now. The bulls are the ones that are having fun. The bears are getting cooked from the bottom right now. So 0 DTE, definitely GG. I don't know about 1 DTE, but I am in 1 DTE right now. 683. So we'll see what happens. I am wanting a red dip down, and then maybe I don't even want a red close. But to be honest, I don't know how they're gonna show red and not be red close. So if they do not show red close, this thing's gonna be super green today. Let us see. Right, they did the pullback and pump on Monday. They did the pullback and pump on Tuesday, using the 3/3. If they break the HOD, that's not even. We're not even gonna talk about breaking the HOD because it's impossible. But I'm just saying, if we turn green on QQQ, then we find another ground at 617 for today into tomorrow. Let's see. Make sure you smack the like button, folks. If you guys have not, please smack the like button. We have 210 people here. We can get at least 50 or 40 likes right now. Everyone in the world is waiting for the live stream, the Whitehouse. This is the most anticipated news of the day. Looks like 120 higher than 140. Cycle extended. Right. We're drawing a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 into 120. Cooking all the fucking 0 DT puts down there. Alright, I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio. Let's see what they do. This is triple top coming in. There's a lot of calls here. All the puts are under right now. 0 DT showing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Spark something beautiful. Kate Spade.
Good afternoon. All right, good evening is coming. All right, everybody make sure you say your good afternoon, good evenings. All right, wedges faking out, breaking out. Let's see if the 683.10 support breaks. If 683.10 support breaks and the 1250 low breaks, then I could say the bears are trying something into some time. Until then, nothing has happened. Until then, market is constantly barcoding here. All right, 683.10, 682.57. Those never break. This is bull territory. Nothing going on. Cycle is just extending higher and higher. We're getting a higher high, higher high. 2 minutes till the briefing. Bulls and bears are just fighting it out.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here today. We are going to get to my remarks and Q&A as always, but I do have the FBI director with me here, Kash Patel. You all know him well, and he's here to provide an update for you all with respect to China. As you know, President Trump had a very successful meeting on his trip to Asia with President Xi, where they discussed the need for China to crack down on fentanyl production and distribution, which ultimately makes its way here to the United States of America. And the FBI director recently traveled to China following President Trump's meeting to meet with his counterpart in Beijing. And he has a really positive announcement for the American people to share. So the president wanted me to bring the FBI director out to share that with all of you today. So Kash, please, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Caroline. As Caroline mentioned, we have some tremendous news thanks to President Donald J. Trump once again for the American people. As soon as the President of the United States took office, he issued a mandate to rid America of the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. Thanks to his leadership and direct engagements with China, we set up a framework to execute that mission 8 months ago. Attorney General Bondi immediately thereafter took steps to engage her counterpart in China at the Ministry of Public Security. Pursuant to their direct discussions, as the FBI director designated to run counterpoint on this, along with the Secretary of State Rubio and Ambassador Perdue and the team here at the White House, we set forward a path to implement the policy needed to crush the plague of fentanyl. Deputy Attorney General Blanche and our teams have been hard at work ever since, ultimately culminating in my trip to Beijing last week. This was only possible due to President Trump's historic engagement with President Xi just a few short weeks ago that set the stage for today's announcement. At that meeting, the leaders reached an agreement. But just to put this in frame for the American people, a reminder here that nearly 100,000 people died of fentanyl overdoses just last year alone. Here, this year, under this president, the FBI has seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl.
All right, guys, please hit the like button. Thank you all very much. We have 215 people here. Let's make sure we hit the like button if we have not already. I'm very, very sorry for asking.
Americans.
Just do me a favor, hit the like. Thank you.
Are what makes up fentanyl. While we, the interagency, the Department of Justice, have been fighting hard to seize and stop drug traffickers, we must attack fentanyl precursors.
Give me a like.
You know the feeling when you realize you bought things you'll never
Give me a goddamn like. All right, give me a kiss.
Then try Vintage. Download Vintage.
And if successful, we would suffocate the drug trafficking organization's ability to manufacture fentanyl in places like Mexico. This was the first time an FBI director has been to China in over a decade and received the audience with his counterpart to address this matter directly. And again, thanks to President Trump's direct engagement with President Xi, the government of China committed fully to my engagement there on the ground in Beijing at a level never seen before. While at Ministry of Public Security headquarters, I met with my counterpart at MPS, where the Chinese government agreed on a plan to stop fentanyl precursors.
The Chinese government.
What does that mean? The People's Republic of China has fully designated and listed all 13 precursors utilized to make fentanyl. Furthermore, they have agreed to control 7 chemical subsidiaries that are also utilized to produce this lethal drug. Effective immediately, essentially,
IWM.
President Trump has shut off the pipeline that creates fentanyl that kills tens of thousands of Americans. These substances are now banned, and they will no longer be utilized by the Mexican drug trafficking organizations or any other DTOs around the world to make this drug. This historic achievement has saved tens of thousands of lives. This historic achievement would not have been possible without the tremendous team of President Trump, the Attorney General, the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and Ambassador Perdue in China, whose ground-level engagements were imperative to achieving this result. This is yet another example of how President Trump defends the American people, provides security for the American people, and puts the American people first. This is a historic first-in-its-kind achievement by any president to stop the scourge of fentanyl, and it should be championed by every single American. This achievement will save lives. We are thankful for President Trump's steadfast leadership, and this FBI will fearlessly follow in his footsteps to ensure that this mission of safeguarding the American public is achieved every single day. Thank you. Thanks, Caroline.
I feel like they're faking out to the end of the day, but I mean, they could be faking theirs to go higher.
Patel. Before we get going, I do have one quick scheduling announcement. Tomorrow, President Trump will be joined by the First Lady in the East Room for an executive order signing aimed at expanding opportunities for education, career development, housing, and other resources for young people transitioning from foster care to adulthood. This is part of the First Lady's Fostering the Future efforts, which are a BEST initiative. In other news, the Democrats dragged on the government shutdown for 43 days, the longest shutdown in U.S. history. But tonight, thanks to Republicans, the White House is very hopeful that this shutdown is going to come to an end. The damage caused by the Democrats with this reckless government shutdown cannot be forgotten. It is entirely the fault of the Democrat Party. Just look at the vote count. Hundreds of thousands of federal employees have missed their paychecks. Tens of billions in wages and benefits were withheld, impacting vulnerable families. Millions of low-income Americans missed their SNAP benefits. Nearly 20,000 flights at airports across the country were delayed due to staffing shortages, causing Americans to miss family events, vacations, and work obligations. According to Airlines for America, an estimated 5.2 million travelers have had their flights disrupted over the course of the Democrat shutdown. And our economy has lost billions and billions of dollars in economic activity over the course of this shutdown, hurting consumer sentiment and crushing the travel and hospitality industries. According to a CBO estimate, the Democrat shutdown could end up decreasing fourth quarter economic growth by 2 whole percentage points. The Democrat shutdown made it extraordinarily difficult for economists, investors, and policymakers at the Federal Reserve to receive critical government data. The Democrats may have permanently damaged the federal statistical system, with October CPI and jobs reports likely never being released. And all of that economic data released will be permanently impaired, leaving our policymakers at the Fed flying blind at a critical period. It's hard to recap all of this without asking a simple question: why? Why have the Democrats put the American people through this pain for 43 days in a row? And it feels like Groundhog Day being up here again talking about this Democrat shutdown. And the answer to that question is pure partisan politics. They started this shutdown with a ridiculous demand to force taxpayer-funded healthcare benefits to illegal aliens who broke into our country. Even after it was clear President Trump and Republicans would never force American taxpayers to pay for free health care for illegals. In fact, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill fixed that problem. The Democrats kept dragging this reckless government shutdown on for weeks longer to boost their turnout in an election, perhaps one might guess. That's because the Democrats are totally captured by their far left-wing base, who only care about attacking President Trump, even if it means hurting innocent Americans in our country. The Democrats' weakness and their unwillingness to buck the fringe members of their party dragged this harmful shutdown on for 7 weeks and inflicted massive pain onto the American public. But let's be clear, the clean CR being voted on today in the House of Representatives that will lead to the reopening of the federal government is what President Trump and Republicans have supported from day one. Our troops, air traffic controllers, and federal employees will be back to receiving their regular paychecks. Families in need will get back to receiving their food purchasing assistance, and the people's government will soon be back open for business. President Trump looks forward to finally ending this devastating Democrat shutdown with his signature, and we hope that signing will take place later tonight. On another matter, I want to address the affordability issue that's received a great deal of media attention this past week, which is ironic because it didn't receive that much attention when Joe Biden was here and inflation was at a record high 9%, the worst inflation crisis in modern American history. And President Trump won a landslide election in part to address the affordability issues created by Joe Biden and the Democrats. And that's exactly what President Trump has done since day one of his administration.
Right.
Since the first day in office and every day since, the Trump administration has taken aggressive action to fix the Biden-created cost of living issues. The notion that the same Democrats who just shut down the federal government to sabotage our economy, rob people of their paychecks, and also helped Joe Biden ratchet up inflation to 9%, are now suddenly affordability champions, that notion is completely absurd. And it's something only the liberal media would have the gall to push. But the reality is that President Trump and his administration have done so much to lower prices and increase the economic prosperity of the American people. And this president and his team of amazing economic advisors are going to keep working on this issue every single day. In less than 10 short months, President Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security, which will guarantee that next year Americans are going to put more money back into their pockets. The president has completely unleashed American energy dominance to help bring gasoline prices to the lowest in 5 years, and we expect them to continue to decrease. And it has also lowered energy costs overall. There is more work to do, but again, the president's deregulatory and pro-American energy agenda is absolutely going to continue to drive down prices. This formula worked in the president's first term, and we expect that it's going to work again. And this is key because we know energy costs are the #1 driver of inflation. Again, just look at what Joe Biden did to our energy industry over the past 4 years of his administration, and look at what happened to inflation as a result. Everything became more expensive. To lower prescription drug prices and healthcare costs, the president has been working around the clock on this issue. He is obsessed with negotiating these good deals on behalf of the American people to bring down pharmaceutical costs and drug costs for Americans, and he has done so on a number of fronts. You have seen him discuss that in the Oval Office several times. To fuel small businesses, lower their costs, and incentivize hiring, the Trump administration has already cut 30 unnecessary regulations for every new one on the books, which we know will save employers and small businesses across the country thousands of dollars in regulatory burdens. All of these pro-Trump policies are working, and they will continue to work. Wages are rising at the fastest pace of the start of a presidential administration in 60 years. The cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 per year. There's much work to do, and this administration will continue to do it. But President Trump has already made great progress in cleaning up the economic disaster that was created by Joe Biden. With that, I will take your questions today, and in our new media seat, we have Bev Turner, who works for a new outlet, a UK outlet, but based here in Washington, D.C., GB News. Bev, thank you for being here today. Why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline. So the clock is ticking on the Friday deadline by which the BBC must retract and apologise for their malicious edit of the President in the documentary shown last year. The recently resigned Director General of the BBC yesterday described the organisation as the very best of society and blamed the enemies of the BBC for this outcome. Also yesterday, a senior government minister launched a fierce defence of the channel in the House of Commons, saying that the broadcaster remains a light on the hill for people all over the world. So, does the President feel that the network is taking the situation seriously? Does he believe that they've shown sufficient
higher right
regret?
now. Bulls are in full power. The Bears are burning, especially zero DT done.
And given that the organisation is publicly funded, is the President prepared to bankrupt the BBC?
BBC?
Well, thank you, Bev. There's a lot of
Oh,
questions
no. What are they talking
I
about?
will say, I know the President has a very good relationship with Prime Minister Starmer. You have been there. You've seen them in their interactions. You've questioned both leaders in your time joining us when we've gone to the United Kingdom a few different times now. However, he has always been very frank when he disagrees with leaders, even whom he has a good relationship with. And the BBC, being a fair news organization, is definitely an outlet. I think these two leaders would disagree. The President has made it very clear that this is a leftist propaganda machine that is unfortunately subsidized by British taxpayers, and he thinks that's extremely unfortunate for the great people of the United Kingdom and Great Britain. And I think that the President was deeply concerned by the editing, the purposeful and dishonest editing of his speech that was so clearly fake news, and he rightfully dubbed that term many years ago, and this is a classic example of that. We see it in the United States all the time. We see it now in the United Kingdom. As you know, the President's external legal counsel has filed a lawsuit against the BBC. We expect that to continue, and whether they apologize or not is up to them. Thanks for being here, Bev. Ouija.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
I have your statement about the new Epstein emails that have been released by House Democrats. Separate from why you believe the emails were made public, can you address their substance? Did the President ever spend hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house with a victim?
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. And what President Trump has always said is that he was from Palm Beach, and so was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was a member at Mar-a-Lago until President Trump kicked him out because Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and he was a creep. And this email you refer to with the name of a victim that was unredacted now and has since been reported on in this room, so I will go ahead and say it, Virginia Giuffre. And it was CBS's own reporting, Ouija, that recently wrote that Miss Giuffre maintained, and God rest her soul, that she maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her. And so I think it's a question worth asking the Democrat Party, and you should all go ask them after this briefing, of why they chose to redact that name of a victim who has already publicly made statements about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and is unfortunately no longer with us. Mary.
Thank you, Gavin. Two questions on this. In the interest of transparency, why not just
go ahead, release the full files on Epstein, get this all over with?
This administration has done more with respect to transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein than any administration ever. In fact, this administration, the Department of Justice, has turned over tens of thousands of documents to the American people. We are cooperating and showing support for the House Oversight Committee. That's part of the reason you are seeing these documents that were released today, because of the House Oversight Committee's and Republicans' efforts to get these out to the public. This administration also moved, the Department of Justice also moved to unseal grand jury testimony, which we know, unfortunately, a judge declined those requests. So this administration has done more than any, and it just shows how this is truly a manufactured hoax by the Democrat Party. Now they're talking about it all of a sudden because President Trump is in the Oval Office. But when Joe Biden was sitting in there, the Democrats never brought this up. This wasn't an issue that they cared about because they actually don't care about the victims in these cases. They care about trying to score political points against President Trump, as we have, of course, seen with this government shutdown. And this entire thing, again, it's not a coincidence to the American people at home. There are no coincidences in Washington, D.C. And it is not a coincidence that the Democrats leaked these emails to the fake news this morning ahead of Republicans reopening the government. This is another distraction campaign by the Democrat and the liberal media, and it's why I'm being asked questions about Epstein instead of the government reopening because of Republicans and President Trump.
But given your interest in transparency, Caroline, why are White House officials then meeting with Representative Boebert in an effort to try and get her to not sign this petition calling for the release of the files?
Doesn't it show transparency that members of the Trump administration are willing to brief members of Congress whenever they please? Doesn't that show our level of transparency? Doesn't that show the level of transparency when we are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns? That's a defining factor of transparency. Having discussions with members of Congress about various issues, and I'm not going to detail conversations that took place in the Situation Room in the press briefing room. Reagan.
I have a question about the government shutdown.
Thank you. I'm glad someone does.
First, on the government shutdown, the shutdown deal reverses the administration's reps, and it also prohibits more from happening until the end of January. I'm wondering if the president had input on this element of the deal, and if he's at all disappointed that's going to reverse the downsizing of the federal government that they did during the shutdown.
I mean, look, I think it's about 6,000 workers total. When you look at that in comparison to the reduction in the federal workforce that this administration has done since January to get rid of the waste, the fraud, the abuse, and to reduce the size of our federal bureaucracy, we've done a lot of great work on that front, and we will continue to. But obviously, the president's main priority was to reopen the federal government and get people back to work, and that's what this deal accomplishes.
There's been reports in Israeli media that the U.S. is considering building a temporary military base on the Gaza border. Can you confirm these reports?
So I had a conversation directly with the reporter who wrote this article, and this article was based on a single piece of paper, an inquiry that somebody in the Department of Navy made about an idea that may happen in the future. And this reporter deemed that as an official plan and ran with a story that the United States is looking into it. I checked with the highest levels of the United States federal government. This is not something the United States is interested in being engaged in. It's not something we are currently involved in right now that we will be funding. And the president has been very clear he doesn't want to see boots on the ground with respect to what's happening in the Middle East. We've made great peace. We've made great progress with the peace plan in Gaza, and we want to continue to see that move forward. But I put a comment in that story for a reason, and sometimes we see reporters take a piece of paper like this and just deem it as official policy, and sometimes that misleads people a little bit. Sure.
There's been a question about UK intelligence sharing regarding the drunk interdictions involving Venezuelan boats. How will that affect the U.S. military operation? There's been a lot of discussion about the high caliber of the intelligence that has been provided before any of these.
Why do we browse like this? Hunting, clicking, searching. What if we could just...
military actions have taken place?
I've seen that report. Oh, hello. I've seen that report. I'm familiar with the reporting, but we don't comment on intelligence matters, classified intelligence matters, as you know. As for the Trump administration's position on our narco-terrorist campaign in the Caribbean, it is going to continue, and the president has made it very clear he's not going to allow terrorists to to bring illegal drugs that kill American citizens into our great country. Sure, John. I'll go to John and then Zolan. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Trump has talked about sending out $2,000 checks to U.S. citizens. Earlier this year, he also talked about sending a Doge dividend. That didn't materialize. Should U.S. Citizens expect a $2,000 proposal? Is the White House committed to making that happen?
The White House is committed to making that happen, yes, and we are currently exploring all legal options to get that done. I don't have a timeline for you or any further details, but I can confirm for you that the president made it clear he wants to make it happen, and so his team of economic advisors are looking into it, and when we have an update, we'll provide one. Solon.
You said at the top that one of the costs of the government shutdown was that people missed their SNAP benefits. Can you explain then why the administration went to court to fight the funding of food stamps and SNAP benefits?
So recipients missed their SNAP benefits because the Democrats shut the government down, and they forced the administration to tap into a contingency fund that did not even fund the full entirety of this program. And so then you had an unhinged judge who was trying to dictate from the bench what the executive branch has to pay for and where that money has to come from. That is judicial overreach at its finest, and so that's why the administration pushed back on that. We can't have the judicial branch telling the executive branch that we need to rob the Children Nutrition Fund, which is what this judge was trying to do, to pay for SNAP benefits. That's completely inappropriate and it's unconstitutional, and we've been proven right with that legal argument. But now the good news is, again, thanks to Republicans and in several hours President Trump, the government is going to be reopened, and SNAP recipients are going to receive their full benefits, which is what President Trump has always wanted to do. Stephen.
Why also did you need the judicial process for that? I mean, during this shutdown, didn't the administration have a responsibility to tap into any of those reserves to ensure that essentially
we did tap into it. We did tap into the contingency fund. And then the judge told us, no, you have to get more money from a children's nutrition fund. And we felt that was judicial overreach. You shouldn't tell the president which fund he has to rob because the Democrats are holding the country hostage by shutting down the federal government. Stephen, go ahead.
Well, if the president is considering a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
Again, he's answered this repeatedly. It's not something he's talking about or even thinking about at this moment in time. I can assure you of that. Stephen.
I've got two questions about New York for you.
The shit we talk about is Ghislaine Maxwell.
Mayor-elect,
not even talk about that.
Mayor-elect Mamdani, he said that he plans to reach out to President Trump and that, quote, this is a relationship that would be critical. Does the White House have a response to this planned outreach?
Growing bearish right now.
It's the first time I'm hearing of it. I'll let the president respond himself to that comment by Mr. Mamdani.
My second question, Jack Schlossberg, the grandson of President Kennedy, announced today that he's running for Congress. He, in the recent past, has referred to his uncle, the HHS secretary, as, quote, a rabid dog, and he has said that the Trump administration is, quote, the most corrupt in American history. Does the White House have a comment on this sort of comment from a rising star in the Democratic Party?
I don't even think such ridiculous comments are worth responding to. Obviously, those things are not true, and Secretary Kennedy is doing a phenomenal job bringing transparency and the gold standard of science back to our healthcare system. Eamon.
Thank you, Caroline. The president's hosting a number of Wall Street CEOs for dinner tonight here at the White House. Can you give us the names of the CEOs who are going to be here and give us a sense of what the president's message to Wall Street is going to be tonight?
I don't have a full list for you in front of me, Eamon. I know you've reported on some names, and we've helped you navigate whether those names were truthful or false. But I know the president actually plans to bring some of you into the dinner tonight, so you'll see for yourself in several hours if that's okay with you.
And there's been some reporting that the White House is frustrated with Bill Pulte and the rollout of this proposal for a 50-year mortgage. Can you tell us if the White House is frustrated with that rollout and if the White House still supports the idea of a 50-year mortgage for Americans?
This is a proposal that the president himself has commented on. I would defer you to the president's statements, and it's something that the administration is discussing and seriously looking into. Sure. Danny, and then go ahead.
Thank you. Some Democratic members of Congress have invited Britain's former Prince Andrew to testify on the Epstein scandal. I was just wondering if President Trump thinks that former Prince Andrew should indeed come and testify to Congress on that.
I haven't spoken to him about that specific matter, but I can ask him and get back to you.
on the government shutdown, the president and House Republicans had made clear they were not going to negotiate health care strategy while or policy while the government was shut down. Now, assuming that it reopens tonight, is the president intending to invite any Democrats over to have negotiations over these subsidies or any other plan to bring down the cost of health insurance?
I will just add that, as you pointed out, the Democrats were holding our country hostage to try to negotiate on a healthcare system that they created. Obamacare, as it's famously called, is a system the Democrats created. It is a broken system. It has driven up healthcare costs dramatically in this country. And now they shut the government down to try to fix that system they broke. It doesn't make any sense to us, which is why the president said that's a completely untenable position. However, once the government reopens, the president, as he's always maintained, is absolutely open to having conversations about healthcare. And I think you'll see the president putting forth some really good policy proposals the Democrats should take very seriously to fix, again, the system that they broke. You can't trust the same people who broke the system to fix it, and so the American people will continue to hear from the president on this issue.
Follow up on the question about the $2,000 payments off tariff revenue. The president had also talked about using tariffs to bring down the national debt. Would this be in lieu of that? Like, this is now the new way to maybe to use that tariff revenue?
No, the president put out a statement on this clarifying he wants to do both things with the tariff revenue that he's bringing into this country. Trillions of dollars are expected to continue to pour in, and it's part of the reason that the Supreme Court case is so vital for our country's future, to restore our manufacturing industry in this country, to protect our national security, to continue to allow the president to use tariffs as leverage to negotiate economic deals that, again, are good for our national security. And that revenue can then be used for various reasons, to pay down our debt and also perhaps to give these rebate checks back to Americans, which, again, the White House is exploring the legal options of how we can get that done. Catherine, go ahead.
Caroline, Viktor Orban said this week that President Trump has promised Hungary some kind of financial shield. Do you have any details on how that will be structured or what that would look like?
I don't, but I'm happy to check with the National Security Council and get back to you.
One more. You recently said you'd check with President Trump about why he needs to get an MRI on his recent trip to Walter Reed. Do you have any more detail on that?
I do, and I'm glad you asked. As stated in the memo provided on October 10th, President Trump received advanced imaging at Walter Reed Medical Center as part of his routine physical examination. The full results were reviewed by attending radiologists and consultants, and all agreed that President Trump remains in exceptional physical health, which I know all of you will see with your own eyes later this evening when he opens up his dinner to the press, and perhaps you will see him when he signs the bill to reopen the federal government.
Let's
so
get
stay
some
tuned
consecutive
on plans for that.
candles.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, she just walked out on him. She just walked out on him. Thank you, everyone. Bye. Wow, abrupt ending. Everyone just standing around, dumbfounded. Abrupt ending. Thank you, everyone. Dude. That is something. Holy folks, market is not moving after the big rip down, after the big rip up. It is literally stuck. Fucking stuck. Big ass W. Alright, everybody, W's in chat for the day. W's in chat. Thank you all. What the fuck is going on now? Alright, guys. I love you all. I have to head to work, so I will call it for today. But depending on what happens today, I might cut out 1K from my 3K overnight position, but I am in for a 3K. 1 DT put, but I gotta go. I love you all. I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.